Hello and welcome, one and all, to the First City Halloween Special. This is a very special one-shot set in the world of the First City to ring in this 2022 Halloween season. Now, I do want to say a couple things off the bat. This is a one-shot in the truest sense. It is not connected to the overall story of First City Volume 2, that many of you may be watching, which is great. Thank you very much for watching. Though those of you who are watching may see some familiar elements here and there coming into play. So keep your eyes open for that good stuff. The second thing I want to mention is our wonderful cast. So our regular Chance Encountersers, Asteria and Ben here as always, but we are joined today by a very special, very spooky guest, host of none other than the official Dark Crystal podcast and my official actual real life sister, Sydnni Frost.
Hello. Hi. Yes, that is I. All of those things are true. Yeah. And also I would like to point out that you said right off the bat.
Oh,
Bat.
Look at that.
Bat.
Bat.
I have to move away from the mic when I do the Matt Berry bat.
Bat.
Yep.
Speaking of Matt Berry, in the very distant distance over here, this little like red, how the fuck directions? This little red bit over here behind the pumpkin guy is actually a Matt Berry record. There it is. There it is. I figured it out in the background. So he's sort of watching over us this day.
He's guiding. Yeah.
Like Jesus.
Speaking of things that are over us, the final little disclaimer for today's episode is that, as it happens by a comical jest of fate, there is some sort of air show happening periodically outside of my home. And
wonderful.
It's not happening constantly. It's kind of few and far between, but it is very loud. I think they're flying kind of low. You should have
said it was ghosts.
I could have said that, but instead I'm choosing honesty. So it should be it's gonna be pretty easy for us to like mute. We record separate audio tracks, and if we have to edit around it too, all very easily done. So it shouldn't be a big deal. But if some airplane sounds do happen to sneak into the episode in the background, just use the theater of your mind and pretend that it's part of the Halloween festivities that you are about to see.
It's a ghost.
Yeah, it is. No, really, this is just a long-winded way of me saying that it is just ghosts. So we are haunted. Chance Encounters is haunted. This is the official position of the management of Chance Encounters. Ghosts are real. So, yes, yeah. I think that is everything that needs saying, short of the game itself. And so, let the spooky begin. The First City is, of course, a world of heroes and villains. And those most dangerous villains, murderers, vile criminals that have been put away by the Nexus of Valiance, the greatest heroes in the world, they reside in the black spires overlooking the sea of Blackstone Prison. But our story begins elsewhere. A similarly intentioned facility, though quite a bit less high profile. Our story begins in the morning, around, say, 11 a.m. on Halloween Day, October 31st. We pan across the city over to the west, beyond the Skyline District, near fields of sort of beige pastures where sits a squat, wide beige building that is mostly blocky, with a not terribly impressive black fence surrounding it, and a sign over the front archway that reads Garrick Penitentiary. A place that is constructed for costumed criminals the types of criminals that heroes would face. However, these criminals are not, shall we say, as dangerous or high profile as those who you might find at Blackstone. These are the lower level criminals, those without so much notoriety, and those who don't, frankly, pose as much of a flight risk. And on this day, we find 3 prisoners in particular, all in their traditional prison orange, being escorted by a pair of guards down a long, dreary gray hallway. You see, each of our party members this day may not even necessarily know each other. They've committed separate crimes and been placed here in Garrick Penitentiary for reasons all their own. And yet here they are being walked together. You see, you've been informed that your bail has been paid as you've been awaiting your trial by a mysterious benefactor. One that you don't know, and frankly, no information has been given to you other than the fact that they want to meet you. Everything else has been strangely hush-hush. And as we find you all heading down this hallway, I'm going to go around and ask for just a physical description and the energy that your character is putting out in this moment. So let's do guests first. Sid, shall we get a first impression of Lightning Slug?
Lightning Slug is a average height. You wouldn't particularly notice her shortness or tallness, though she does kind of have an illusion of being taller than she is because she is very bean-like in lankiness. Lots of long, slender, general shape, like not just body shape, but like arms, legs, face shape, very gangly. She kind of looks perpetually sweaty, just like mildly. But an immensely clear, albeit a little bit slightly yellowish complexion. Gigantic eyes are the first thing you notice about her that manage to somehow be both bulging and kind of sunken in, not unlike one Stephen Buscemi. And her hair is pulled into 2 sort of like concise, tight space buns. And that is Lightning Slug. She is she may have asked one of you in passing to call her Phil. That is all she'll tell you about her actual name. Mm-hmm. And she's probably doing something weird or gross right now, like looking for ants or something.
Mm-hmm. And I think the guards who are walking you down this hallway are very deliberately staying not directly behind you, just in case. In fact, I think they probably have you in some sort of like absorbent layer, possibly some sort of absorbent bodysuit underneath your orange jumpsuit.
Yeah, like
so that you can't try anything.
Moisture wicking.
Yeah.
But something that doesn't have any stretch, I imagine. Something like super uncomfortable and
it would feel pretty constricting to you.
Has no give.
Yeah. Lovely. And then I think we'll go across to, well, not even really across, just pan directly over as you're walking to Malfesto the Great.
Beautiful.
So you see this young, I'll say like around 6 foot looking, just average, like 25-year-old guy. Nothing really stands out about him or anything, except for the fact that you feel this uneasy, like whenever he speaks, he's very much in character, but it's kind of like, should I keep up the act or should I just drop it now? Like, it's very much the theater kid that hasn't really gotten his role down yet in rehearsal, kind of energy. And yeah, he's just like, you see that he's got very tired eyes, like maybe he hasn't slept very well. in a while. And that's Malfesto.
And what's he doing in this moment? What energy is he putting out?
Right now he's definitely like got the puffed out chest and the head held up high, but it's like kind of half-heartedly doing it, and he's got like the whole gamer neck going on, just kind of like chin up, but still like kind of cowering a little bit, like, I don't know. Mm-hmm. And he'll look around at the guards and say, Malfesto the Great demands to be known to know where he is being taken. Yes, that's what Malfesto said.
You should feel lucky that you're being taken anywhere besides your cell, the gym, the recreation area, or the bathroom.
Festo would like the bathroom, but he shall not complain at this moment.
Just so you know, if you happen to go into the bathroom, I heard you say bathroom over there. If you happen to go, there is in fact a daddy long legs in the corner just behind the urinal. So watch your stream there. I don't think he'd appreciate being hit with your dick shrapnel. So just watch out for him. That's all I'm saying.
Malfesto would like to know how one would even come across investigating that.
I just find them. I just find them. Don't think
They're
about
festive, says this guard, who is just like a broad man of 5'8" with a little beige cap on and his button-up uniform, a baton hanging at his side. It's kind of a broken, very bumpy nose and red face.
I'm sorry, it's what? It's festive?
Spiders, it's... Never mind. People have no sense of humor. And he indicates, or he looks up, and you see that just the cheapest like dollar store Halloween decorations are decorating this hallway. God. They're like bat streamers up in the top levels. You're not passing by other cells or anything at this moment. You're already past that point. You're actually, as far as you can tell, you're going in a direction you've never gone before. You actually go through a door and see at the end of the room, there seems to be an elevator. And as you come through this door and you're approaching that elevator, I'm actually going to pan over to our final party member here, Sydnni. What do you look like and what are you up to?
I think she is okay. First of all, I have to establish that Sid and I did not create our characters together, did not talk before this moment. So what the fuck? But Sydnni is about 5'7", pretty much my general body type, like live. And I think she opted for the shirt and pants option rather than the straight jumpsuit option, so she could roll up her sleeves and then take the bottom of the shirt and tie it together to make a crop top, and then take the waistband of the pants and roll it down to make low-waisted pants. So you see like her belly button. And she has like piercing, like light blue, like ice blue eyes, blonde hair that is pulled into space buns, but that are a little more messy, I think, than lightning slugs.
Yeah, mine are tight and clean. Just to keep them away.
And Sydnists are like, I woke up and I don't want to really brush my hair, kind of, but still fashion, Yeah. And I think she's like examining her nails as if she just got them done, but there's no nail salon in this prison. Super villains don't get that rehabilitation program. And I think she has also like a mask on that like ties around her head, that has like a filter speaker thing in the front, but yeah, her half of her face is covered.
So are you able to speak through this,
Yes.
or does it distort the actual like audio signal?
That.
Okay.
It's very similar to a piece of technology that is familiar in volume 2.
All right. So you guys are brought up to this elevator. The elevator door opens and you step inside and it closes. The guard, let's call him Gus. Gus takes out a ring of keys.
Yes.
And you see that, there are numbers, not too terribly many. There aren't a ton of floors. This place is more wide than it is tall. But there is underneath, at the bottom level of all the buttons, there is actually a keyhole where he does put in, almost looks like a car key, and he turns it. And the elevator sort of rumbles to life and grinds downward to seemingly underground. As the doors open, you look out into what appears to be a parking garage. You do see various vehicles, mostly First City security vehicles, prison transport, big vans, and some armored cars. Nothing too terribly fancy, but about what you would expect to see. But I think your eyes are drawn to something else, and not just because you're immediately being walked in that direction. Firstly, there is a closed garage door. There's no obvious open entrance and exit. There's a ramp that seems to lead up, back up to ground level. So you get the impression that this is a discrete entrance and exit, so that you're not just marched out onto the street when you're released. But you're being led over to a sleek, long, black limousine, completely unmarked, tinted windows. You can't see anything inside, but standing with her arms crossed in front of the front sort of passenger door is a fairly tall woman of maybe 5'9", very slender, lanky build. She is wearing a gray, like a slate gray pantsuit, but it doesn't look like it's made of sort of cotton or like the normal sort of suit material. It looks like it's designed to look like a suit or a pantsuit with this breathable, movable material. And there's nothing underneath the blazer. It's buttoned here. So there's just like kind of clavicle showing. And you see paper white skin, like actual the color white skin, very pointy features, bright silver eyes. There are irises, not like pure silver eyes, but the actual irises are silver, and short, also silver hair that is in a slicked back but tall pompadour. And you see that she's also wearing these silver alloy sort of ear coverings that make pointed ears on top of her ears. And she's standing there looking very much like a person with infinite patience, very stony faced, chin up, but arms crossed, just watching all of you as you approach. The guard brings you up to this woman, and she steps forward and she looks down at your handcuffs that all of you are wearing. And she looks back to the guard and she says, "You gonna take those off?" He goes, "I wouldn't advise that, ma'am." And she just brings a hand up. He goes, "Okay, but take them off, please. Our benefactor wants them comfortable." He goes, "Okay." And he very cautiously, one by one, begins to unlock your handcuffs. As he gets to Sydnni last, he takes the handcuffs off and begins to move away, and she goes, "All of it." He goes, "I really don't." "Okay, but I'm going to take a step back then if you got it handled from here." She goes, yes, that'll be all. Thank you, Gus. And he removes your face covering.
Nice.
And then he does actually take a step back. He doesn't leave, but he's got a hand hovering over his baton. And this woman, she says, I hope that's a bit more comfortable. My name is Kay. I work for the benefactor who arranged for your release. And he would like to have a conversation. Shall we say, a possible opportunity and a discussion about your future.
Does that maybe include getting like a tailor, the same one that made your suit? Because I gotta say, I'm examining that pretty closely, and it really looks like something I would like to wear. The fabric, particularly, not really the style silvers, and not really my look. Is wearing great for you, but it's not really for me. I just think that fabric is. It looks like something you said you wanted it to be really comfortable, and I'm looking at that, and I'm like, I would be really comfortable in that, because I'm really not comfortable right now. Just in case that was clear, like the handcuff thing, super appreciate that, but other than that, I'm not comfortable in these clothes. You didn't ask. I'm sorry.
We do have the clothing that you were wearing when you were brought here.
Cool.
However,
cool. That'll work. Yep.
The benefactor does place a high value on such things and has arranged for clothing tailored to your size and styles at our meeting location, which you may accept or reject at your leisure.
Yeah, no, I feel really good about that. Honestly, I feel pretty good about that. I don't know about you guys. I feel really good about that.
I should put forward that. And she looks over to Gus. She goes, are you still here? All right. And he kind of gives the three of you stink eye, and he leaves you alone in this parking garage.
I really hope he doesn't pee on that spider.
I should make it clear. This offer, it's not mandatory. You're not being held hostage here. You are free to simply leave and await your trial. And she looks down at the ankle monitors clamped on all of your legs. And she says, though, should you choose to step into our more private environment, I can discuss with you the benefits of not doing so.
Malfesto senses entrapment.
Not in the slightest, though I do understand your reservations.
Malfesto has made no such accommodations at a restaurant.
She actually doesn't crack a smile at all.
I mean, I'm gonna say, whatever you're putting on the table here sounds pretty good, because you said, we have a choice. We're you used the word free a couple of times, and I mean, a lot of that is more than we're offered, where you just pulled us out of, because technically we are being held in there. So this seems like just about anything you have to offer is going to be better than that. So I'm on board. Consider me on board. Like a fly on shit. I am on board.
Excellent. And she opens the door, the back door of the limo, and you see inside plush leather interior, as much of a fully stocked bar as you could expect inside a limo. There are screens, even like little televisions that you can watch. It is pretty swanky. There's even like classical music sort of gently wafting out of the car.
I have not spoken this whole time on purpose. I've been just like bored, mind elsewhere, looking around. Oh, there's a butterfly! Wow. And then for the first time, when the doors actually open, she just looks down, or looks up rather, from their non-existent nails, and she says, "Cute," and she just like pops in and immediately changes the music, if she can figure it out, to like this like pop metal fusion.
So do the rest of you step inside as well?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I slid in there real quick.
Might as well. I mean, Malfesto doesn't have any other options.
And Kay steps inside takes a seat at the driver's seat. And she turns to face you. There is a separator that can come up, but it is not up at this moment. And she says, "Now, to business." And you see that she types something into the touchscreen on the front console. And there is a very faint, almost indetectable shimmer of energy that seems to pass over the windows just for a moment, and then it becomes completely invisible. And you do see small little pockets of cleverly hidden circuitry in the kind of upholstery of the car. And you realize that the sound has been dampened, that this is a completely soundproof environment inside this car. She goes, "Now, first things first." And she brings her sleeve down, showing this beautiful silver watch. And she clicks it, and your ankle monitors just pop off.
Well, shit.
Oh shit, I think that violates something parole.
I like stretch my foot out and like do some like ankle rolls, but like really gross, long, stretchy ones, as though my foot is like made of taffy. I'm just like, oh, yeah. That's really fucking nice. I don't know about you guys, that's really nice.
Our benefactor prefers a great deal of anonymity. And I understand if this does sour your receptiveness to what is on offer here. However, as a show of good faith, should you agree to this meeting, $20,000 will immediately be wired into each of your accounts. No questions asked. And regardless of should you accept his offer, you will be free to go. He is going to arrange, with the great deal of pull that he does have, for your, shall we say, disappearance, which you can take advantage of at your own discretion. Go about your lives as you see fit. Now, I can either take this car to the location where you will be meeting with the benefactor. Well, technically meeting. Or I can simply drop you off somewhere and the opportunity is forfeit. There will be no further money, and there will be no chance of a greater covering of your tracks, shall we say.
Well, you've done nothing but good stuff so far. And I honestly was not planning or prepared for what I might do if I was suddenly out in the world again today. So, yeah, that makes a lot more sense to accept the offer and go wherever you want to go. Because personally, I don't know what else I'd do right now. I don't know about you guys, but that's me.
I mean, I'm always down to be a sugar baby. So let's go see him.
This reaction is me, not her.
Malfesto foolishly agreed to a very hostile lease. I will go.
Okay. Pulling it together for the very stony-faced character I'm trying to play.
By the way, if by sugar baby you meant like a feast for mosquitoes, that's pretty much what you're asking for with that outfit. Just a warning. I mean, I know it is fall now technically, but according to this weather, by my calculations, there's still like a ton of mosquitoes out. So just if you get eaten up, don't say I didn't warn you. That's all I'm saying.
I mean, you're right. They do like to eat me up. It's probably because I'm so sweet. And if you're lucky, you might find out.
I have no idea how to interpret that. I'm going to pretend as though I did not hear it.
This is how Malfesto's Monday is going, I see.
Halloween canonically on a Monday this year, I guess.
Did in fact just check the date. So yeah, I pulled that up on my phone for that one joke. You're welcome.
Well, it doesn't matter what day Halloween falls on in our world. We're on Paragon. It's another planet 400.
But we just decided it's a Monday here too.
Yes, it is. It is Monday. It's Monday. So she, again, very patiently is just watching these interactions just sort of unfold around her without reacting in the slightest. And when there's a beat, she finally says, "Is that 3 out of 3 agreements then?"
Yeah, unless there's somebody else in here.
Good. I'm very pleased. Let's get underway. And she turns around in her seat and begins to drive. And I think she does just instinctively put the barrier up so that you guys feel like you have some privacy. And the garage door opens, letting in that morning, verging on afternoon sunlight. And you drive out onto this winding road as the archway and that squat beige cluster of buildings disappear behind you. The grass quickly becomes more green the farther you drive. And you begin to see the skyline of the Skyline District, the heart of the first city, approaching on the horizon out the windows. And you see silver towers with docking bays built into the fabric of them up at the top levels, with bullet trains and maglev railways stretching, winding their way, connecting different buildings. You can almost hear the transit, even though you really can't hear anything that's going on outside. And then you actually drive into the city itself. And you begin to see that all the various buildings and businesses that you're seeing all are decorated for Halloween. You even see no one's out trick-or-treating yet. It's early. It's now early afternoon by the time you actually get here. But there are kids in costumes. In fact, you do see some Nexus of Valiance children. I think you see the purple and black sort of muscle-padded, homemade by someone's mom Tonatress outfit on a little 5-year-old running around, wielding 2 huge candy bars as Eskrima sticks.
Ice cream sticks.
Ice cream sticks. That's pretty good. Yeah.
They're Otter Pops.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Those are dangerous, actually.
And you see some classic monsters running around. You see big displays. You see a lot of, there are like hovering drone lanterns that are pretty common in different areas of the first city, especially very lively sort of nightlife areas, but they're already out, but they've been retrofitted to look like jack-o'-lanterns that just sort of float and say Happy Halloween to people as they pass by, hovering through the streets. Streamers everywhere, holographic bats being projected. It is very much Halloween. And then you begin to turn sort of away from that poor skyline into a not quite run down, but an area of just simple warehouses and construction. And you actually pull off into it almost looks like a barn, but it is a large empty warehouse with a garage door that is opened up. And inside there really is practically nothing but an empty pool with a ramp leading down it. And the car actually drives down the ramp into the empty pool and passes through a holographic shimmer. And you immediately see a secondary environment come to life, one that you can decide at your own discretion if your character is familiar with, because this is actually a nightlife hotspot known as Subterra Neon.
Yes!
It is already kind of nighttime down here. There is a holographically projected sky because this is underground. There are businesses that seem mostly to be nightclubs. There are projected stars and planets and galaxies hovering, but there are these wispy, multicolored sort of neon ghosts that fly through the sky. Those drone pumpkins are present here too, but they are strobing just orange and purple lights everywhere. People are already in elaborate costumes, which is very common here anyway, but especially at Halloween. This place is turned up to 11, to 12 even. And you drive down the city, this just strip of street that is Subterra Neon, with these densely clustered, lively businesses with their fair share of darkened alleyways in between. Which is probably the reason that some or all of you would be more familiar with this place, because while it is a cool, sort of swanky nightlife, secret, not so secret hotspot, it also does cover up a den of criminal activity that goes on here. And once again, you have that. Well, actually, I'll let you guys react to that if your characters react to where you are now.
Well, it sure is interesting how everybody seems to be pretending to be interested in things that are gross and weird and dark. But the minute you take them to go look at a dead thing that's covered in fungus because it's been dead for so long, they try to haul you away into a truck and they don't want to talk to you anymore. Hypocrites everywhere. But anyway, yeah, cool lights.
Malfesto is deciding not to even try to dissect that.
Dissect. Interesting choice of words.
This is a lot more festive than it was last year. I like it.
I no longer know where we are.
You guys
that's pretty funny.
haven't been to Subterra Neon?
No, can't say that I have. Not really my kind of scene. So usually a lot of people, and I always get a feeling when I'm around big groups of people that I really shouldn't be there. They tend to not want me there, and I tend to not really want to be there either. And this is just wow, this is just a hotbed of them. And yeah, no, this is new for me. This is new.
Last time I was here, people smiled at me, and I didn't know how to respond to that. I haven't been back since.
The last time somebody smiled at me, I told them a weird fact about flies, and then again with the not talking after that. So mixed signals. Everybody's a hypocrite. I don't know. I don't get it. I stopped trying to figure it out a long time ago. Fungus, much more easy to understand.
I can't get over the fact that like your Ben are talking how I imagine Renfield to talk, and then Sid's character is acting how I imagine Renfield would be.
We are two halves of a Renfield.
Yeah.
Oh,
with your powers combined.
I'm gonna keep it a buck. I don't know who Renfield is, so I'm just smiling and going along with this bit.
Oh,
He's Dracula's bitch.
He's a Draculaki.
Yeah. He eats bugs, and he's like, bring me a cat. I would like to eat a cat.
Yeah, but only if that cat has eaten a mouse who has eaten a bug.
Yeah.
Life. The blood is
It's a
life.
weird little creature.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Apt assessment.
At this point, the separator does come down, and you once again see Kay driving. She doesn't look back to speak to you. She very responsibly keeps her eyes on the road, but she does say, "We'll be arriving momentarily." You start to notice that you are getting toward the sort of later half. It is one strip of road, and there is that entrance that slants down here, and there are a couple of other ones, all like kind of different entrances, whether you're on foot or in a vehicle, and it's the same on the other end. It's a very symmetrical place that you can drive completely through in a matter of minutes. You're close to the complete opposite side, but she actually turns off into what you can see looks like an auto shop. And it says Toby's Auto Shop in bright red letters, and there are some dangling bats and pumpkins as well. And I think there's a 12-foot skeleton for sure out in front, but it's like holding a wrench.
Yes.
Yeah.
A big wrench, I presume.
Yeah, a huge wrench, yeah. And she pulls the limo into the garage, and you see this man with curly brown hair. He's middle-aged. He's got kind of a salt and pepper beard, almost kind of Zeus-like in his round, flush, jolly-looking face, but has kind of stern eyebrows from years of sort of appraising and negotiating with customers. And he's got these overalls on with just a pin of, I think, I like this holding a wrench motif. So he's got like a little pin badge with his name, Toby, written on it, but the badge is like a bat with a wrench in its mouth. And he's got some grease stains on his overalls, and he's guiding the limo onto what looks like just a platform on the ground, one of those kind of hydraulics, that's the right word, like platforms that would lift the car up, but it's currently just level. It just looks like a separated out section of ground. And she puts the car in park, and she says, I would recommend staying in the car.
Malfesto is a rebel. He will go and get crushed by the hydraulics.
She rolls down the window, and she looks out, and Toby goes, well, hey there, Kay. Happy Halloween. And happy Halloween to your friends. Kind of goes like this to you guys, gives a little like salute with 2 fingers off his forehead.
Hi.
I interpret that as a friendly greeting, and so I think I have a window to tell him a weird fact. So I say, hey, there's a lot of car parts in here. Did you happen to know that plastic car parts and a lot of synthetic rubber that's used for car parts, they're actually made from like itaconic acid, and that's derived from a fungus?
Anybody did know that.
Yeah.
Did you know that cars typically have wheels?
Oh, I can see what kind of a conversation this is going to be. All right.
That's it.
I did know that. Yep, buddy, good job. That's a good one. Yep.
That was a joke for the stereotype of, it's nice to see some well-educated people
Oh, thanks.
hanging out here in my garage. So what'll it be today, Kay? The usual? And Kay goes, yes, please, Toby. And she reaches into a coat pocket and pulls out what appears to be a bright silver poker chip. Not made of plastic, but made of metal. That was quite a reaction to the poker chip.
Shut up.
And on its face,
I can't not be who I am,
is the image of a crown carved into it. And she hands it to him. He looks at it, kind of holds it up, lets it glint against the fluorescent lighting of this garage. And he goes, pleasure doing business with you as always. And he tucks it away and steps back, begins to press some buttons on a console. And instead of the hydraulics bringing you up, the car begins to descend. And as it does, she finally drives slightly forward as the lights come on as you descend into this area. And it is a much smaller garage with no other vehicles in it. It's barely even marked, except that it is extremely clean in here. And then as she pulls away from the platform, it very quickly ascends back up and seals up that entrance. You see as she begins to step out of the car, she comes around and opens the door for you all as well.
I like climb over the both of you and like, get out first.
I sort of slither out of the car.
These are indeed the people that I am spending my time with today.
Oh, man. All right. So she steps over to what appears to be the only door in the room. And it's very simple with an actual regular lock that you would need a physical key for, which to us might sound normal, but you're used to seeing a lot more digital or, mechanical. Well, I guess this is mechanical. Number locks or handprint scanners in something that is presumably so secretive like this. And yet, just a regular old door with a regular old lock.
I would like to roll to see if I know what lock that is.
Sure.
Thank you. Wow. Okay. Wow. 1 out of 3. Jesus. Okay. I guess specialty doesn't mean anything.
Oh, did you roll all your rerolls for
It's
it?
a door.
1, 1, 3, and then rolled again. 1, 2, 5.
Wow.
Okay. Me, a man who knows nothing about locksmithing in real life, I'm gonna let you make up the name of what would be in universe a real high-end physical lock that Malfesto feels confident that this probably is, even though it really might not be. Did that make sense at all?
Yes.
Okay.
He'll walk over and say, "Is that a Heist D32-1?"
I honestly, I have no idea.
Never mind, then Malfesto shall slink to his corner and cry.
Well, knowing your skill set, I imagine there's a very real chance that it is. We try to keep things discreet here, and in some cases, showing something's opposite tends to throw one off the scent of what is real. Now, before we enter, she says, as she removes a very unassuming key that fits this lock from a necklace that is... Actually, no, because you would be able to see it because she's not wearing a shirt under the thing. I think she brings it just out of a pocket then. Maybe it's on a little cord, just in case. She goes, before we enter, I should warn you to be respectful of the benefactor and his privacy. I would ask you not to ask too many questions regarding his identity, preferably no questions of that nature. Otherwise, questions about what is being asked of you are perfectly acceptable, though it is at his discretion to answer or not.
I mean, that makes sense to me. I don't really care about anything that's not relevant directly to what I'm doing and what I'm being asked to do. So fine by me.
Very well. She puts the key in the lock and opens the door. And you hear not the classical music that was playing from the car initially, but something almost more ancient sounding. It almost sounds like medieval, like bard music playing. Like just these nice sort of lute chords and strumming, and not a drum set, but like a hand drum. And you see a very modern, but with a sort of classical sensibility foyer with a fireplace in the distance and enough cushioned chairs for all of you. It's not particularly decorated for Halloween, but above the fireplace, there is a huge flat screen television. If you guys want to survey the room with more detail, you're welcome to make perception checks. Otherwise, if you just sort of accept your surroundings, totally cool. But she does close the door and stays in the room with you.
I would like to make a check to see what the most expensive, shiny, coolest thing in the room is and how much it's like would be worth.
Sure.
Yes. Does that fall under? What does that fall under?
Usually that would be intelligence. I mean, trying to sort of appraise something. Perception is willpower, but this is a specific knowledge-based thing. So I think it's intelligence.
That's a 1 out of 1.
Okay. I think your eye is drawn to this shelf to the left-hand side where there are these really beautiful silver candelabras that look old and well kept. They almost look like earth artifacts, which you would know are some of the most valuable things here on Paragon. It's probably that.
Cool beans.
Yeah. But otherwise, the place isn't furnished like, I guess, wealthily or extremely futuristically. There's a bookcase. There's a very nice red and gold circular carpet in the center denoting the seating area. There's a table in the center, but the table itself, it looks like a holographic table. It has a screen surface.
I thought you meant like the table was a hologram.
I mean that the table has a screened surface that can project things on top of it.
Our table's real anyways, like.
As the door closes, this huge flat screen TV clicks on, and you see a white background with the bust of a man wearing a suit and tie with a very neat, almost 1940s looking kind of haircut. But the features are non-specific because the entire figure, from skin to hair to clothing, seems to be made of the same liquid silver alloy. And he smiles at you. He looks the three of you over. And he begins to say, Sydnni, Malfesto the Great, and, of course, the incomparable lightning slug. I cordially welcome all three of you to my discreet little hidey-hole. I hope it wasn't too much trouble and that you've been relatively comfortable. Your clothing is here, should you wish. I can switch myself off and Kay can leave the room for a moment. You're welcome to change. I can also create privacy if you'd wish. He raises a silvered eyebrow, and you see separators emerge out of thin air, literally manifesting out of the ground itself in pixels. And you begin to get a different sense of what this room might be. And these separators immediately do separate all three of you. And you see that your clothing, or at least clothing that is tailored to look like yours, as well as the clothing you started with when you were arrested, are hanging very neatly here for you. And you are welcome to change into more comfortable clothes if you wish.
Oh yeah, I do it very quickly.
Malfesto does it in like 10 seconds flat.
Yep.
Boom, he's out.
You just hear me go, ah, ooh. Yeah.
From the sound of it, I imagine you share my perspective that clothes do make the person.
I mean, they make me a hell of a lot more comfortable, that's for damn sure.
Quite so. Quite so. Are you ready? Shall we begin? The separators come down, and he goes, well, allow me to walk amongst you a bit more comfortably as well. And you see that his entire figure reaches out through the screen of the TV and then steps out and stands amongst you.
Hello?
And he sits down on one of these cushioned chairs, kind of a high back red velvet chair, and indicates, please sit. We have much to discuss.
Wow. Yeah, I'm gonna sit down. By the way, I noticed a lot of the stuff in here, including the music, might be like centuries old. And if that's the case, there's still a bacteria feasting on it from those centuries ago. Isn't that fascinating? Some of it even eats metal.
Oh,
So
I
watch out.
guarantee you there's no bacteria in here.
I mean, I don't know. They're really fucking tiny. So
And if if this environment doesn't suit your sensibilities, I'm happy to take suggestions.
oh no. My sensibilities are just fine. You called it a hidey hole. Pretty much always in hidey holes. That's totally awesome to me. I'm not cramping on your style, man. Don't worry about it.
Well, if you would feel more comfortable, nevertheless. And he does sort of wave his finger in this fluid motion. He kind of turns his palm over, and his hands move almost like someone who would sort of make a coin cascade across their fingers. That kind of motion.
That Jack Sparrow thing.
And and gestures over towards you. And the environment specifically around you and only you changes. And there becomes I don't know. There becomes green grass instead of carpet, just around you in a little circle. And you are now sitting on a stump instead of a cushioned chair. And there's this nice shady tree behind you. The rest of the room remains unchanged.
Is the climate in that little area different too? Like,
It
can
can
it
be.
be like more moist in there? I need humidity.
I think. Actually, I'm gonna have you go ahead and make a perception check on this one. Yeah. So that's gonna be willpower generally.
Okay. I also have a skill point in perception.
So you can re-roll one failure.
Okay, cool. Cool. My willpower is 2. Let's do these guys. Okay. And then I'm gonna re-roll one of them.
One of the failures, if
Okay.
you get any failures.
Okay. Wow, that is the exact same thing. That's 1 out of 2. What does that mean?
Okay, so 1 out of 2 is like a middling success. Half or more is usually like average result, right?
Okay.
So
the 1 is a 5. So
the first thing you notice is the climate in the room doesn't seem to fully be able to change. It does feel the same sort of air-conditioned room. But you do notice that serves into the perception of the reality of what this is. And you're looking around and you do see, well, actually, I think you wouldn't see the projectors, but you can imagine that they are here, that this entire room is just malleable holograms. But the thing that stands out is you've heard of hard light holograms, but that is a relatively new technology that is very high end. It's so new and like intense that right now in the sort of industry, it hasn't reached mass market yet. It's still like this huge luxury to have hard light.
So can I feel the grass? Like I can feel it, or is it just?
Yeah, you can touch the grass for sure. It feels like grass. Yeah.
Cool.
The air doesn't really change, but the actual like objects that you touch, they are projected and made solid somehow.
Cool.
Yeah.
I want to try and touch the dude, see if he's a hard light hologram.
He's gonna touch the butt.
So how do you go about doing that? Do you just reach out and poke a part of him?
Just
as you do, you feel like you've touched a viscous liquid that is ever so slightly cold, and it doesn't stay on your finger at all, but it ripples across the sleeve of his liquid silver alloyed jacket, and he smiles widely and gives this little chuckle. I believe you're beginning to see how this all works. wonderful little piece of technology, isn't it?
This is Malfesto's Monday. This is his Monday. And he'll sit down.
Well, I'm not sure what kind of plans you imagined having on Halloween, but for the time being, I'd like to think that freedom suits you quite well. And I would like to provide that in a more permanent sense. Now, that could be you refusing my offer and simply walking out of here and disappearing as much as you wish to. Until, of course, the next time you're caught. Or not. But you will have no further assistance from me. Though I could make the arrangements a bit more permanent. My connections in the city do stretch into the correctional facility world, and I would be able to arrange a clearing of your comparatively minor crimes, at least in the eyes of the city. But that isn't to say that I don't see your grand potential. In fact, I am quite a fan of all of your work. And it is for that reason that I wish to offer you this particular opportunity. You see, I am in need of people with great skill, your skill, on this fine Halloween day. Would you care to know more?
Absolutely. Hell yeah.
Tell me, are you all familiar with QuickTech Tower? I think even without a role, you all would be.
Okay.
Dr. Quickstep is a super speedster, super genius, one of the primary members of the Nexus of Valiance superhero team, and a teacher and squad leader at Moonlight Academy for Superheroes. But she also is a tech industry titan. She has a company called QuickTech that does everything under the sun. They do gaming, they do vehicle design, they do construction, anything, even approaching the realm of technology or machinery, they've got and are on the cutting edge, always. And QuickTech Tower is the center of that. There are other locations as well, but that primary one in the Skyline district of the city, that is the QuickTech Tower that he's referring to.
All right.
So you guys kind of nod along to that.
Yeah, yeah.
He goes, then you may be familiar with the annual Halloween festivities. Now, there is a sort of theme park of sorts that surrounds the tower, normally meant as a celebration of the future and the history of technology, but come the spooky season, it becomes QuickTech presents Frightful Future, an exploration of well, shall we call it a parody of people's historical fear of technology and the darker side of the future. It's meant to still maintain that spirit of embracing the future. And there are mazes and costumed characters and rides and all of that good stuff that one would expect from such a place. There is something there in the tower that I require. And this holiday season and this festivity, it does offer us a bit of an opportunity. Now, these hard light holograms you see around you, they are cutting edge technology, but they are limited. You see, they must be programmed to respond with their own artificial intelligence beforehand, and once they are made solid, they can no longer be altered. Now, at Frightful Future, QuickTech is debuting a newer technology, or rather, at least utilizing a very particular cutting-edge software called Realcom. It allows those who are able to program it to program commands in real time while the object being projected is still being projected. That is to say, it doesn't have to be turned off in order to be altered. You can imagine the various applications that such technology might have, farther reaching than simple entertainment. You catch my meaning?
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, yeah. So you want that?
Oh, I do.
Mhm.
I truly do. And I want you to get it for me. Now, any ordinary time, the more secure levels of QuickTech Tower would be nearly impossible to infiltrate. However, there is a time-honored tradition for villainous types on Halloween. You see, something tacky about villainy on Halloween. It's so overplayed, so expected, that now it's become unexpected. And so security is somewhat lax. And of course, the first level of the tower is open to the public, or at least to those who have acquired tickets to the event, which, as it happens, I have. And he gestures for Kay to come forward, and Kay hands you each a ticket for tonight for QuickTech Presents Fearful Future.
Cool, cool.
And he says, getting into the first level would be nothing. But getting up to the 12th floor, where the control center for this technology lies, that will be a different matter entirely. The opportunity that I mentioned before, it pertains to the security. Now, there are the usual drone security and cameras, motion sensors here and there, but overall, the actual security presence will be significantly lighter, not just because of the expectation of a lack of villainy and the desire to not have a show of security force ruining the festivities for everyone, but I have it on very good authority from sources on the inside that Dr. Quickstep on this particular Halloween night is leaving the security of QuickTech Tower in the hands of her second-year students. Ooh. It's a test for them, you see. Quickstep being notoriously harsh as it is. They are charged with maintaining security all for themselves and are discouraged from calling on their teacher should things go wrong. And so, should things go wrong on your end, those three are who you are going to face. Now, if you haven't heard of them before, which would be surprising as they did win this past year's team tournament, I am happy to provide as much intel as we have on their personalities and skill sets. But otherwise, I would leave it to you to plan your attack should you agree. You see this, and he gestures again for Kay to produce yet another thing from her pockets. She produces what honestly just looks like a flash drive. But the actual, like the port, the USB port, is gold tinted. He says, all you need to do is plug this into the central computer in that particular room. I'll provide you the specifics and schematics. He does actually project schematics of QuickTech Tower. Like he pulls them up three-dimensional out of the holographic table. He says, plug this into the computer, download a copy. It should not even leave a trace that it has been copied. You're not stealing the original file, you're duplicating it. It is a rather impressive piece of technology, if I do say so myself, though I don't like to boast. Simple as that. Get in, download, get out, bring it back to me here.
Seems straightforward enough. Stealing stuff's kind of my thing. I mean, I got a lot of things. Knowing stuff about weird stuff is kind of my thing, but then, I use that and, being slimy and being stretchy and you know that. That's why I'm being pedantic at this point. Thanks for the wet grass, by the way.
Of course, of course. I should also mention, I have, of course, wired 20,000 into each of your accounts, but there is another 100 waiting for you should you succeed. And
that is motivating.
And the potential for future work and sponsorship, should you desire it. I can make your lives and your livelihoods significantly easier, if that's something you're after. Or you can simply take the money and go. Either way, the rewards are great. I cannot underplay how much I would appreciate your efforts.
Sounds good to me, man.
No more spam and rice every night.
Unless you like it.
My digestive tract is begging for vegetables.
Okay. Put that on a t-shirt.
Well then, if you all agree, I suppose I should leave you to the planning. And he lifts up a finger and moves it almost like a clock ticking, just one tick to the left. And you see a door appear and open behind him to the left side of the big screen and the fireplace. And you see inside a almost glowing, pristine white room with shelves upon shelves of gadgets, thieving supplies, elements of clothing that you might use. This kind of war room table that is here in this room is still available to you. But you now have the opportunity to go over the schematics of the tower and of Frightful Future. You can look into Team Quickstep if you would like to do that. But this is now entering into the planning phase. And you can pitch different gadgets and items that would make your life easier and your job easier that you could kind of workshop and then have here and take on the job. So my hands are coming off the wheel for a minute here as you guys begin your planning phase. And he stands and he goes, now I'm happy to stick around, as it were. I am here at your discretion, as is Kay. But I won't pretend I'm not a very busy man. So, if you feel that you are well prepared to prepare, I'll make my leave and expect to see you all a little later.
Okay, Haunted Mansion.
Do you look like this all the time? Or do you have like the capacity to look like a normal human being?
Excellent question. And his entire form simply melts, and he's gone.
I'm gonna take that to mean that he always looks like that.
Or sometimes he looks like a melted puddle, I guess. Same, actually.
I believe you injured his feelings, Shedonist.
So
Somehow
at this
I think
point,
all the money will comfort him.
at this point, Kay steps forward, looks over to the room full of stuff, the toy room, the thieves' playroom, and back at you and goes, anything I can do to help?
I don't know nothing about these kids.
I think I was on vacation for like 3 months when the tournament was happening, so I don't really know anything either. I just know that I went to the amusement park once when I was like 8, and I didn't get it, and I felt very stupid, and I hate her. So stealing from Quickstep was chill.
Well, I expect as much, that you would prefer to examine your potential opponent's strengths and weaknesses. She pulls up a file on her watch and casts it over to the war room table, pulls up screens and documents, and you begin to look into the 3 members of Team Quickstep's second year team. or Dr. Quickstep's second year team. Yes. So the first member of her team is named Hacksmith.
Is named what?
Hacksmith. Hacksmith.
I heard pack sniff. Like that's
Pack
gross.
sniff. With the power to sniff your backpack. We got gushers in
You
there.
got Doritos in there. I know it.
So Hacksmith has the ability to sword fight. That is essentially his whole deal. And the first thing that I should mention about all three of these team members, this entire team made a huge splash when they debuted to the public, because Quickstep very deliberately chose a team that has no powers. None of these three have superpowers. All three of them are gadgeteers and very skilled, just people with people skills that are exceptional and extraordinary. And it was even bigger of a deal that they won the annual Moonlight Academy tournament that is held to debut the newly licensed hero students who are going to be out on the street, to sort of give people faith that, like, oh, you're going to see these costumed heroes on the street now. Here's what they're capable of. It like showcases the teams. And they won the team tournament. So that whole deal that they have no powers, that's like, whoa, they're so impressive and cool. Quickstep seems very proud of this team in particular as well. So Hacksmith, his outfit, it almost looks like, if you can imagine the traditional fencing outfit, that like sort of white bodysuit with the like the face guard, hair totally covered, the helmet. Imagine that, but skinned more like Mega Man. Mm-hmm. So there's like blue and white stripes as well. And he is known for just having exceptional hand-eye coordination and dexterity and excellent footwork as well. He is a master fencer. He usually uses, he always uses swords that are designed after like a traditional fencer's foil. So he uses like thin blades, but he is known for crafting gadget blades. So he has like special blades that do different things. So he has like essentially a lightsaber. He has like a thin sort of energy blade. He also has just a traditional sword, but he doesn't use that one as much as he does the almost concussive just, like, plasma one.
Carries these all like on his person.
Yeah,
he just has like a golf club bag full of swords,
like a quiver full of swords.
Pretty much.
That sounds
well. A lot of them are retractable, so he's
okay.
Yeah. Like they collapse into the handle with the little guard, and then they like flick out. So yeah. And the energy one as well, it ignites. Yeah.
What else we got?
The second member of Team Quickstep is named Earhart. Airhert. Heart. Sorry. And her special ability is that she has designed a flight suit. Not really in the Iron Man category. It has a very steampunk sensibility to it. She is designed after like an old-timey pilot. You see that she wears like these big aviator goggles and that brown little flappy helmet. She has like very deep, dark skin, but bright red, very 1920s inspired curls that sort of poof out underneath, out from under that brown helmet that she wears. And she has wings. Like it's actually like strapped almost like a backpack, like a jetpack. And it has wings, as well as like stabilizers on her wrists and ankles. And she just jets herself around and flies. She is also an expert with firearms. So what she does is she flies around with her flight suit and shoots with her special gadget pistols.
Like those bitches in Fallen Order. Just fly around like bounty hunters. And they're like, pew, 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 pew.
Oh, yeah, I didn't think about that.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So that's her deal. And the final member is perhaps the most controversial member of the team.
I love drama.
While none of these heroes have powers per se. Mrs. Hyde comes a little bit closer.
How do you spell that?
Mrs. Hyde.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Like the Hailstorm song.
I didn't know that. That's cool.
Yeah.
No copyright, Hailstorm.
Well, theirs is technically Ms. Hyde, so I think you're good.
I see. Yeah. Mrs. Hyde is known for inventing and taking a serum that makes her cells malleable. Her goal was to give herself the ability to change her shape. It didn't go exactly as she planned, and her cells are essentially in danger of coming apart all the time. So she has to wear this special belt that she designed that keeps her body in a body shape. It keeps her solid. But the belt actually helps her control the power and manifest it into something else. So she can either influence her shape to become huge. She can get up to about 15 feet tall and become proportionally strong. And she already is very strong. She is a bodybuilder. But she can also switch it the other way and become very small. Not quite microscopic, just like maybe action figure sized.
Oh.
Yeah. So her power is like, she is brilliant and she is an inventor. She is an expert chemist. But most of her power revolves around using that belt and the utility of being huge and strong or tiny and unseen. So these are the 3 members of Team Quickstep that you may encounter. Yeah.
Or definitely will.
Cute.
Okay, so what do you guys do? I mean, if we got to come up with some kind of plan, I think we should probably go over, skills and stuff. So I'm guessing Dr. Malfesto, you do magic?
Malfesto the Great.
There it is. There it is. Yeah, sorry. You got a pitch or,
Wanted me to. Oh, yes. I am a man known for many things.
like.
I don't really know. I've never really done a pitch before. Usually I just run away, but I can teleport. I would demonstrate, but I can only do so only 6 times a day. So
How many times have you done it today?
0. We were all just in prison.
I mean, you might have had a really teleporting morning for all I know. I don't know.
I can only do it 6 times. Why would I just go like 1 foot across the cell and back?
I'm not judging your life choices. I just want to make sure. I want to see how much juice we have for presumably whatever we're going to do for the rest of the day. So, so cool. You teleport around. Yeah.
I can also, excuse me, Kay, is there a deck of cards in here?
Actually, yes. We even have certain trick cards that are designed for, well, close-up magic type distractions. You'd be surprised that we tried to cover the bases of the various themes that we know that you tend to employ.
Cole, I guess you're just Percy Jackson because you're stealing my thunder. He'll find the like regular pack of cards and he'll just start doing some like special card tricks. And then after he'll just like flip a card and catch it in a special way, he'll throw that to the side and be like, I also know how to mix special concoctions and what have you to, one makes people slip, very comical, very Looney Tunes. The others can stick them in one place. Then there's also the smoke bomb and the one that hurts, but Yes, that's what I do.
You see as Kay walks you into that gadget room where you get your deck of cards. Some of the things on these shelves are things that you guys had, things that were not given back to you upon your release because they were like part of your crimes. They're like evidence in a way. And it kind of makes you wonder, like, how were these things acquired? It brings into focus that this person, this benefactor, must have a great deal of pull, because your weapons and potions and villain items are here, not recreated. They're here.
He'll go over to like one of his vials and be like, "Oh my god, it's here! Wow, that's nice." Anyways, what can you do? Laser lizard, was it?
Lizard.
I do know a lot of things about lizards. However, I myself share no traits with most lizards other than speed. I can, in fact, go really fast, due mostly in part to my goop. I do secrete a mucus. It is not a constantly secreting mucus. It is a choice. I choose to secrete a mucus, though sometimes I can get a little carried away. Hence these goggles. And I notice I have goggles on the shelves that have been taken from me that I put on my head that I will sometimes wear to protect my eyes if I get particularly goopy. Yeah, thanks to my goop, I can slip and slide around. I can help you slip and slide around. I make a nice little snail trail, so if we want to get somewhere really fast, you can like everyone laughs when I call it that, and I'm not I'm assuming it's some sort of pop culture reference that I'm missing, because I tend to not pay attention to a lot of that. So for whatever reason, snail trail's funny. I guess that's like a comic book character or something. But yeah, feel free to use my snail trail if it helps you get around. I also have a spicy goop, if you know it is venomous, that I can shoot into eyes of opponents or to keep people from seeing me. All variations of my goop do dissipate after about a minute. It is an entirely organic mucus, and as such, it absorbs into the skin and inorganic environments. So it's always a good idea to keep things moving fast, really, really quick, really quick. And I am also very stretchy, and I demonstrate that I get my arm really goopy and gross, and I like stretch it across and do like one of those like rubber hand things that you like I do that with my arm like on a wall, like and then I like suck it back in and leave like a gross mucusy handprint like and like down, and like that I feel like I sense that I might have been talking too much, and I should just sort of demonstrate to you that variations of that sort of thing. And just so we're clear, that is just my regular standard state-of-the-art mucus and not the spicy variant. So should you want to touch it, rub it onto any scars or blemishes, I highly recommend it. For any imperfections in your complexion, it is highly good for you, but very, very slippy.
Were you caught via DNA evidence?
Well, no, that I do. They would have to catch me pretty quick, because, well, first of all, the goop, I don't think it contains any DNA. You know, kind of you couldn't like track down a specific snail by finding their goop, but also, you know, the mucus, it absorbs. As I said, it absorbs into the environment. So by the time you got to it, you know, it doesn't leave behind much of a trace. No, I was caught because I got stuck. I was careless in my my slipping around in things, and I made too quick a calculation, miscalculated, found myself stuck between some things, and I don't want to talk about it.
My she didist.
I'm having a great time.
I just sort of look pretty. And people tend to give me what I want, when I want it, how I want it. Yeah. if I see something and I want it, or I think it'll make me feel good, or if it's shiny, or if it looks expensive, I have it.
And you do this how?
I just sort of tell them what to do and they do it.
And that's is that like a do you do like a pheromone thing that you're giving off, or is it just because of human attraction, like how we tend to see each other, and you are exposing a lot of skin, and so that can be kind of manipulative sometimes in my observations? Or is it you put something out there? Is it a mind control? That's kind of fascinating.
I mean, I just sort of tell them what to do and they do it.
All right, cool.
And then I also know a lot of people, as communication is important in my line of work. I actually should, now that I'm out of jail, go talk to Trippy Dicky. I wonder if he's still mad about that one time that I almost got the keys to the safe in his office, but then he snapped out of it and kicked me out.
So it's verbal commands then. Is that why you had a face covering? You have to say stuff.
Yeah.
I see.
I don't know what the first thing in my head when you said Trippy Dicky was like, I bet that's short for Tryptophan Richard.
Or he's just he has a really problematic extra limb that he trips over.
Yeah.
That's what I pictured, but
yeah. That's a very different comedic direction.
He has a hard time getting around.
Or a soft time.
Or a soft time getting around. Yeah.
How are you gonna fight in a ring with that thing?
Yeah.
I was thinking of a very different type of ring, given how that whole conversation was going.
It's the bit that keeps on giving. Well,
it'd be more like a belt than a ring, I think, at that point. Anyway,
hell are we doing?
Yeah. So again, you guys essentially just stepping out of the game for a second mechanically, you guys can come up with gadgets or materials that could be in this room. Think of this as like an idea generator. You guys can approach this situation however you want to. This is just to get like a baseline plan for how you guys want to tackle this. So if there's anything you want to know about the building, or anything you want to know about the festival, or any particular gadgets that you want to pitch that you could bring and use for your plan, this is what we're doing right now.
I'm not very smart and very drawn to shiny things. So I think Hedonist just looks at everything shiny or pink in the room and leaves all the big brain stuff to other people.
Sure.
So I'm going to want to look at a blueprint of just the general layout of where we're going to be going. I want to take into consideration perhaps the way that it's decorated. I don't want to be in another situation where I'm caught between a rock and a hard place because I miscalculated the gap in between the rock and the hard place. Because a lot of the time I'm really good at sort of slurping in between stuff and getting through from place to place, but sometimes there's a wall on the other side of the gap, and then you can't see the other side of it. So I just don't want to be in a situation like that. I'd like to know the layout so I can sort of, getting around places is sort of my thing.
Just out of curiosity, what is your intelligence score?
My intelligence is a 4.
Okay, that's pretty good. That is a good baseline intelligence.
Yeah.
So I can use your baseline intelligence and give you some tips and things that are like about the building, or you can roll and get the potential for some bigger solutions that you might want to utilize however you would.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like general tips would be good. But also, I mean, these things that I would roll for, they'd be things that like secrets.
Yes. Like essentially I will be giving you like hints for other passages you might find
Okay.
Could
as
I
you analyze.
assist with this?
Yeah,
Like-
sure. What is your intelligence score?
3.
Okay, so you can take 3 rerolls for the assist.
Okay. So I should just roll one time and see what I get. That
Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
Yep. And you can roll up to 3, re-roll up to 3 failures.
Oh, we are not doing that one. No, thank you. Oh, that is more like it. 3 out of 4.
3 out of 4. Okay.
Yeah.
So as you're looking around, you do realize that that first floor of the building, you know that you have to show your ticket to get in. Usually that first floor is generally open to the public. It's open to people who are visiting, because there's like holographic displays. Almost, if you can imagine, like in that first foyer room in Jurassic Park 1, where there's like, or even actually the one in Jurassic World is a better one, because you can see the different, like, this dinosaur does this, and there's a hologram of that dinosaur. That is what the first floor of the tower is. There is a lobby check-in area, and it is usually manned by a robot who like hovers around and can go and like open different doors for you depending on your clearance. But in general, the public can just enter in. In this particular instance, it is if I have a ticket that proves that I'm supposed to be here at the theme park event day, then you can enter in, and no one's going to bother you on that first floor. Getting into the elevator, on the other hand, is something that technically requires either clearance of some kind, like for you to have a clearance badge, which you know from this research that security, like any member of security would have, but there will be very minimal security on hand. Probably only like one guy manning the door, and others spread throughout the festival itself, but not on the tower, because of this very particular instance of Quickstep testing her team.
Okay.
But you also see that, knowing that you are stretchy as you are, you think that you might be able to go through the paneling and get into the elevator and open it from the inside. That is something that you could be able to do. Another option that you notice, though, as well, is there are vents, like for the air conditioning, that do travel all the way up this integrated cooling system. So you could get into the vents. Either way, that tower, that first lobby, is going to be full of people.
But is
That's the
anyone
biggest
going to
obstacle.
be on the second floor?
On the second floor?
Yeah, where we're trying to get to.
So
Is
the
anybody gonna
second
get-
floor, a lot of the more important stuff is like on levels 10 and up, and you need to go to level 12.
Mhm.
The second floor is largely administrative, like offices and that type of stuff.
Okay.
Nothing
So I
like
would just be
super essential.
bypassing that altogether. Just
Yeah.
going
Are you
straight
saying
to-
if you want to skip the lobby entirely and try to like scale up and go to the second floor or something?
Yeah, I mean, well, our ultimate goal is on what floor?
12.
12. So if we were just either going to use the elevator, or if I were going to get in, use the like open the elevator from the inside and go straight up, we wouldn't be going to anything in between any lower than 12, right? So, and then when we get to 12, presumably the only thing in terms of people that we're going to have to be worried about are the security people, potentially.
Right. Well, the 3 members of Quickstep's team are in the building.
Yeah.
I think you would also note that, I mean, the air conditioning system, there has to be ventilation. So there are areas up a little bit higher, maybe about, I'm going to say 20 feet up, that would get you, what floor would that get you to? About 20 feet. That might be like close to the second or third floor. Where if you were able to scale the building from the outside, you could try to get in through the ventilation.
Like in Toy Story.
Yeah.
Also, if you two can somehow get to the second floor, I can just teleport it to the elevator, take the elevator to the second floor, open it for you, and then we could just ride it up to 12. No one would see us go into the elevator.
Yeah.
There are windows. Like, it's not a windowless building. They can be made solid, like most windows on important buildings. They can become a wall or a transparent wall, not necessarily glass. But if you did manage to open one of those windows, you do know that every single window in this building is equipped with a motion sensor. You also know that there's a camera outside the elevator. And there are cameras on the hallways in front of each floor. And there are more on the more important floors. So on floor 12, there are more cameras just lining the hallways up above. That might be a concern.
Okay.
But you might be able to find some sort of gadget that could help you with that as well, too, if anyone's good at gadgets. You might grab some kind of EMP or anything in that regard that might help you sort of avoid that.
I will grab a little pouch bag of lollipops off the shelf and pop one in my mouth, and say, I could also probably just ask them to let us into the elevator.
That was pretty much what I was thinking too, was like, it was going to be either you just ask that guy, hey, give me your badge, and we use that to open the elevator. Meanwhile, we could have our buddy Dr. Demento here do a distraction, and put on a little show, get people looking at him. He could totally be like a spooky attraction, and then whilst he does that, I could fire off some goop into the cameras so that we have like a minute ish of sneaking past them, because they got like on front of them, and vision would be obstructed. So tentative plan there. Also,
I'm not gonna do like the whole role playing thing, but I'm gonna try and like call over Kay and then like do some like that street magic stuff and just see if I can like lift her watch, just to test to see how am I on my game right now.
You mean like steal her watch or like lift it, like
steal it? Yeah.
Okay. I was like, can you make things hover? Is that, you did not mention that?
Shit on a cracker. Oh my. Oh,
not good.
It's not a good day. That's a 2 out of 4.
I only rolled 1.
Oh shit.
So you do get it.
So at the end of it, he'll be like, maybe I can indeed just lift the security card off of him. And he'll hold it up in front of Kay.
She immediately reaches out and tries to snatch it back.
I mean, yeah, he'll just let him.
That's impressive, but not funny. She secures it back and like aggressively puts her sleeve over it.
Funny thing about that, when you just put some pressure on it and then you take it off, they still think it's on their wrist, even when you have stolen it. Just a little trick. Learned that one when I was like 15.
If you'd like a watch of your own, there are several in this room.
Really? Oh no, I'm good. Thank you though.
I don't think that's what that was about. No. Yeah, I still think it would make more sense if we were gonna have you lift and stuff. Maybe we could have you lift stuff from other people, like other party goers throughout the event. Because I think, in terms of getting the security card, it might be the best to have our sexy friend here just ask for it. That just seems like, too easy a thing to not do. Like, it would be looking a gift horse in the mouth to question it. You know what I'm saying? And you definitely don't want to be looking any kind of horse in the mouth. There's a lot of bacteria in there.
And their teeth are really big. It's kind of scary.
Mm-hmm.
I also am really good at stealing things off of people or
I think
surfaces.
we all are. I think that's kind of the thing, right?
Yeah.
That's sort of why we're matched up together.
Yeah. So if I ever don't succeed, I do have a failsafe that is I'm just good at stealing. You know?
Out of curiosity, why what's the likelihood of failing? Have you noticed a pattern? Like when does your little your persuasive ability sort of not work? Does it ever not work? When does it wear off? How long do you have? What are our limitations here?
Well, they kind of have to be looking at me. I'm really good at getting people to look at me because look at me. But once I tell them to do something, if it's too against their nature or they're, I guess, too strong-willed, then there might be a problem. But most people are just like too busy looking at me to notice what I'm actually saying when I say it. And then I have them and they do what I want.
So mechanically speaking, they have to do what you want on their next turn. And then at the end of their turn, they can try to break out of it. But if you can like try it again on your turn.
Yeah, I can just try to like keep pushing the effect as much as possible, as long as they're looking at me, I think. Or like they have the capacity to look at me.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think that the best plan then would be for us to go with that as step one. And then we could have we have your distraction, magical distraction there. And let's see here. Yeah, because once you have the security card, then you could go into the elevator, go up to the second floor. And then I like the idea of using the vents to sort of slurp my way all the way up to the top, because if I can beat you guys to the 12th floor and get there before the elevator does, then in theory I could get out of there and goop all the cameras so that by the time you get out of the elevator, nobody's gonna see you because of all the goop, right? If we don't have any better plans, I'm willing to listen to suggestions. It's just that's what makes the most sense to me here.
That sounds that sounds very good to Malfesto.
You ready to put on a show there, buddy?
No, I'm not very in character. What shall we do about the three? Give me an adjective for God. Give me a synonym for God. Something fancy.
Let's see. Fictional characters?
Well, just something to refer to Quickstep's 3 wards. What shall we do about the wards of the tower?
Well, I was thinking,
Kill them?
No.
That's a lot. That's a lot.
That is a felony.
I mean, we seem to be under a lot. Wow, we seem to be in a position where we have a lot of protection. So maybe that wouldn't affect us that much. Our kind of looks anxiously over at Kay, like like killing people.
You look over at Kay, and Kay still has not reacted to anything, and she is that look of like pure neutral appraisal is still, it's like heavy, it's solid, it's steel like, and all of the gray and silver of her form only serves that further. This unlined, unfurrowable white face that she has, and she's looking at this, and you realize she hasn't offered any suggestions, anything. She has only been watching, and then when you ask for something, she provides it. And in that moment, you look for her for anything, and she gives you nothing. She simply sort of, her eyes dart to each of you in turn and then back on you, and she goes, drawing attention is frankly unwise, though I will say we have covered our tracks enough that there is nothing you can do to incriminate myself or the benefactor. And so, should your actions draw any significant amount of, to use a colloquial term, heat, we don't get burned. Only you.
Maybe we don't kill anybody. Yeah. Maybe we disarm them, get past them. I could make them sting real bad for a little bit and not be able to see, you know? They could get blinded by the goop.
With the aforementioned spicy goop.
Spicy goop. Yeah. Trademark that one.
So it sounds like you guys have a pretty solid plan, foundation of a plan at the very least. Can I get just a running list of, does anyone bring any specific items or gadgets from this room?
Yes.
Yes.
What do you got, Sydnni?
1, lollipops. 2, makeup bag.
Okay.
3, kawaii knife. 4, kawaii mace. 5, kawaii taser.
Cool.
And 6, kawaii keychain cat knuckles. You know what I'm talking about? Where it's like a little like brass knuckles, but it's cat and you can punch people. Yeah.
So you've grabbed all of your items.
Yep.
Okay. Cool.
Malfesto will God damn it. Just gonna throw body glitter into their eyes.
Pocket sand.
Malfesto is gonna look over like his stuff and turn to Kay and say, "These materials are..." Oh shit, I am just forgetting adjectives like a motherfucker right now. Insufficient. That is the word. Yes, it is heating up my brain as we speak. I am currently dying.
You chose this.
He'll say to Kay, "These materials are insufficient for what I require. I need you to pick up some items for me before this quest can be taken."
Like what?
Well, he's going to write it down on a note card. And it's like a series of ingredients from a specific store that's called Apothecaries, with like carry as in Carie, and he'll hand it to Kay. "Will you be able to acquire what I need?"
Yes, quite easily. And we still have several hours before the park actually opens. So this should be a simple matter.
Very well.
Wait here. And over the next, however long, she does go and get those things, and you have enough time to make what it is you're gonna make.
Then he's gonna bring along his smoky thingy, the tear gas one, the sticky substance one to stick people, what else did I say? I am just
general grenade.
General
grenade.
Which is a different villain.
He's just gonna make chlorine gas real quick. No, there's a fourth one, the slippery one, and then when she gets back, he's gonna try and make one that will like melt really good. So if he comes across Mrs. Hyde, he can try and melt her belt. And he'll also make a base for that acid, so that if he misses and it gets on her skin, he can just throw it to her, so she won't get a very bad chemical burn. And yeah, that's his stuff.
Solid. And Snailer Moon?
I'm kind of imagining, like, I know we didn't discuss any gadgets because I want to be weary of like having too many items on me should I need to squish myself into a tight place. I can't squish things with me. However, I'm visualizing like, not the animal's camelback, but like the backpack camelback that has like a bladder thing in it for holding water, and then it has a straw. So I'm imagining something like that that's kind of malleable and stretchy that I can like fill with my goop for shooting. Like if I wanted to projectile it really quickly for like, like Is that something that you think maybe might have been in my repertoire? Is that something I might be able to get access to?
Yeah, I think that makes perfect sense. I think that makes sense to be just a part of your costume. I think you guys could get like upgraded costume elements too, although the idea of walking in full costumes might be not the smartest, but
A lot of Halloween.
Yeah.
Well,
Splatfest.
That is true. People are going to be in Halloween costumes.
Yeah.
So you can use that to your advantage for sure.
Yeah. I'm definitely also thinking that like if it's in sort of a backpack-ish form, I could fashion it like aesthetically could kind of look like a little snail shell.
Yeah.
And like I'm effectively in a snail costume for the Halloween party.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
I want to make it clear that Malfesto right now is in like his villain costume. So he's like basically just imagine tuxedo mask, and that's his villain costume.
Hell yeah.
I think I am going to get into the Halloween spirit and dress up as an existing character costume. I think she chooses probably this year's game of the year, Kingdom Hearts 4, and just has
400 years later on another planet. That's the best joke I've ever heard. Oh man.
Wow, I'm so glad that paid off. But it is very like it's like a crop top, like halter. Is it called a halter when it's like this?
Yes.
Yeah, halter top with like zippers, and then there's like again the low riding waistline mini skirt.
2001.
Yep, with more zippers and like chain belt and stuff, and then like white cat. Everything is either black, white, silver, or bright hot pink, with like white cat tights and like combat boots with studs on them. It shows off like a tattoo that she has on this right shoulder, which is just like some like gothic roses, lots of like very like scene, but also Kingdom Hearts, but also like very like kawaii, like cutesy, like everything is pink. Yeah.
Fingerless arm warmers, head ass too.
Yep, exactly.
Okay, so you have your outfits, you have your items, and most importantly, you have the basis of what sounds like a pretty solid plan. And as you all kind of come to this realization, you realize it's been a few hours, and even if you finish early, you kind of wait out your time here and maybe play with the holograms before Kay indicates to you that it's time to go. So you gather your tickets, you step back out into that strange dark garage, step onto the platform and descend upward back into Toby's auto shop, quote unquote. And you do see Toby now dressed as a big scarecrow as he waves and wishes you good luck on your festivities, as he'll call them. Kay looks to you and she goes, obviously, dropping the three of you off in a limousine might be a little more attention than you may want, but we have arranged for public transportation. Or you can simply go yourselves. It'll take a little longer, but do this in your own time. Good luck. There's a fair reward waiting for you should you succeed. Hold on to that.
We're going to commit the heist of the year, but be late to it because the train didn't arrive on time. That's the energy we're going for in the booth. All right.
So you walk across Subterra Neon, you step back up, take public transportation over to the even more public transportation, to the bullet rail, which takes you straight to the outskirts of QuickTech Tower. As you all step off the train, the first thing that you notice is there is an eager crowd gathered around waiting for the sun to go down, because as soon as it does, they will be let through the front gate. And there is not normally a gate, but one has been constructed to match the season. so that they can have a dramatic opening into QuickTech presents Frightful Future. And you notice people from all ages, from all across the city, have gathered here to be here on Halloween night. You see kids in costumes and adults. You see some rowdy teens, but everybody is just waiting eagerly, and the sun is just cresting down behind the tower, which does rise silver and beautiful, sleek, a monument to the future as always, though it does have these cool projected sort of spiraling ghosts that like circle the peak of the tower that make
Goats?
it look, yeah, there are like holographic projections of ghosts that are swirling around the tower.
I heard goats the first
Ghosts.
time. I see. That makes much
They're
more
like
sense.
green and wispy.
Ghost goats.
Yeah.
I see. Okay.
And you can see they're like rolling sort of dry ice fog, that good not scary farm pancake flavored fog kind of feeling, you know?
Yeah.
Although I think 400 years and one planet later, they've probably figured out a better way to make fog not fill your senses with pancakes. But, you know.
I don't see a problem with that.
Fair enough.
Why would you change that?
Fair enough. And you do also see just a huge advertisement for the Fear Box, which is advertising as tailored to your fears. Confront them in 4 dimensions. And you realize that is what the Realcomm software is currently being used for. It's debuting this, what is normally the I was about to say the Discovery Cube, but that's a real thing. It is a holographic chamber that is used to like simulate different environments. Some people actually come and film there. Other people actually just come to experience the idea of like the cutting edge of holographic projected technology. But they are now debuting this real-time artificial intelligence hard light holographic technology for this very special event. And there are other things as well. Just you can already see people in costume interacting with the crowd, some dressed as vampires. A lot of them are like scary robots. And finally, the sun does descend and you hear a witch's cackle. A bolt of projected lightning cascades across the sky and the gates open and people begin to flood in an orderly fashion, though, because they are scanning their tickets to get in. So you guys get in line?
Yeah.
Can we get a quick age check? I don't remember if we ever stated how old everyone is.
Oh.
Or not.
25.
Okay. 23. Yes.
Yeah, I was gonna say like 27-ish, like late 20s.
Cool.
Yep.
Just to really form the mental picture of the group.
Mm-hmm. So one thing that I think is worth noting, all of the items that you guys picked, I think you guys got some sort of metal detector fooling thing. Either you're avoiding metal where you can, or you have some sort of magnetic sort of interference that masks the presence of metal.
Yeah.
So
Well,
you go
I
through a
wouldn't
metal
have any.
detector and your stuff is like not picked up. So you scan your tickets. You get a welcome to Frightful Future. And you step inside and the smells of just like delicious fried foods are all over the place. And you see like different themed beverages as well. I think milk tea is still popular in 400 years. So I think you see like spooky milk tea and just like rolling thunder sounds sort of fill the space and cackles. And as you make your way through the crowd as well, every so often you'll get like a scarer come in and like do kind of a boo scare, never touching anyone, but you see that like those guys on sliders as well. But like the knee sparking sort of sliders where they slide up to you and go like and it makes a big scary sound. There are those, but they hover. They're on like repulsors, so there's like this sound.
So they're not
they
on the
slide
ground.
around. No, they're not on the ground. They're
Oh.
like they're repulsor levitating across the ground, and some of them actually do acrobatics. Like they repulse across and then they roll and then come up on their feet, stuff like that. Make a cool like scary jester sound or something.
Every time Malfesto will will purposefully push either one of you like in his way and then kind of back off. He doesn't do jump scares very well, and
Doesn't
he
like
will
the boost.
definitely sacrifice your asses to save his own.
Nice.
The next time that you like put your hands on me to nudge me forward, I am gonna make sure that my back is a little moist with goop.
Oh, ew. Yeah.
Oh man. Yeah. Cool. So what's the move? What do you guys do?
I think we should identify the nearest or perhaps easiest target. Like, let's perceive where security individual parentheses S might be in the room.
Cool. Or in the just in the environment, you mean? Just like out.
Yeah, like
walking around.
who we should target for trying to get a badge from.
Sure, yeah, that makes sense. Go ahead and roll perception. You can either all roll it separately or one person can roll with help.
So I have a question.
Yeah.
I specifically made my skill point in appraisal because that's like vague, applicable to many things and contexts. Can I add that to like this perception check, which is my willpower? Because I'm appraising the like how much of a who's the most weenie, like who's the most pushovery.
I feel like that's kind of insight in a weird sort of way.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure. Appraisal to me, skills are specific. And if the idea is what is an object worth, I think that's different than what is a person's emotional state. Or, I don't know if I should let that slide. But on the other hand, it is a one shot. And I kind of want to just like be cool with it,
Yeah.
Are you looking up the definition of appraisal?
Yes. To appraise is to assess the value or quality of. So if I'm assessing, if I'm trying to see who I might be able to push.
Let me pitch you this. Appraising which of the security members that you may perceive is the most valuable to you in this moment.
Yeah. Okay.
Like which one maybe has the highest rank or seems to be the most applicable to what you need.
I got a 3 out of 3, so maybe I could point out the ones that I see to you, and then you can discern which ones.
I also got a 2 out of 2, so.
I also got a 3 out of 5.
Okay. Did you roll it, Sid? Or
Yeah, I got a 2 out of 2, so I can help.
So we got 2 full successes and one kind of middling success. So on the middling success, I think you all do see the base level, which is it is not a huge show of force, and they are actually they're designed to blend into the crowd, but not fully. Like once you notice them, it's like we do want to kind of be noticed, but we don't want you to focus on the fact that we're here. We want you to have a good time. And I think you pick out, usually there is only one security person around each general area of like, if I stand here as far as I can see. And it's a pretty sizable area. So just where you're looking, like maybe every 40 or so feet, there's a different security person standing near a different attraction. Does that make sense?
Okay.
But on those of you who got full successes, you notice a lot of them stay in their area unless they are like relieved by someone else when they go on a break. you actually have to get a little bit closer to the tower to start figuring out like who has access to the tower, because any old guard isn't necessarily going to be able to have that clearance, right? You're going to have to prove to the little robot at the front desk too, like this is allowed, you know? So you go closer to the tower and you wait a little bit, long enough to see there is actually the best word I can use is like the captain or like the shift lead. There is someone who seems to be coordinating, who has a device. It might actually just be a smartphone, but it's actively checking things. You'll see that he actually goes in and out of the building fairly frequently. You do see a badge prominently displayed, and he'll go to other areas and like check that everyone is kind of doing their job and then go back and enter the tower. So he's kind of supervising the security effort. And you get the feeling that person might be your best bet because he's the only person you're seeing go in and out who is a security personnel. There are also there are two who stand on opposite sides nearish the entrance to the tower, but you don't ever see them go inside.
All right. Thirst trap. How do you like the look of that one that goes in and out?
God damn it. That's such a good name. Fuck. Why didn't I think of that?
It's early in your career. You could always rebrand.
Yeah, I mean, that seems to be our guy. Definitely would allow us to be in the elevator. And if I took him with me into the elevator, it would look like it was supposed to be happening.
So what is the first step in the plan? Who is taking the first step? Or if they're simultaneous steps?
Well, I do think that a distraction should be happening too, though, for the guests to sort of maybe clear the path to the elevator, or maybe make it so that nobody's really watching us all get into the elevator.
Mm-hmm.
I can do that. I can do something with that. I got you.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want me to do?
Come on, come on.
Malfesto will walk over to like one of the smoke generators, and he'll real slickly just kind of take out two skinny little vials like this, and then pop the cork off of one. How is he going to do that? Yeah, he's just going to pop the cork off of one, take the other one off, and then pour them together, put the cork back on, shake it a little, and then just kind of drop it on it and shatter it and make like a smoke thing, make it seem like the smoke generator just broke and it's just pouring out smoke, and then just slyly walk away.
What kind of roll do I want to make this?
A smoked salmon roll because of the smoke.
Well, the question is, do we want to have an element of stealth to try and hide the fact that you did this? You know, I think that is important first, to make sure that no one sees you doing it.
That makes sense.
Yeah. So some kind of stealth or agility to try and go unseen.
Advantage because I am in a crowd.
Yeah, more like advantage because you are in a cloud. Yeah. Go ahead and take how many dice are you rolling? 3. Yeah, take 2 levels of damage.
What the fuck is this bullshit? What the fuck is this bullshit? 1 out of 3.
1 out of 3. Okay. So you feel obscured by the cloud, but it looks like there are a lot of other people in the cloud that you have to be careful not to bump into. So it's gonna now be a little bit harder to succeed on. I will let this either be dexterity to execute pouring the thing, or we can call it intelligence to execute the strength, the potency of the thing.
Let's go with dexterity because I'm better at that.
Okay. So what you're going to do then is you're going to take 1 level of disadvantage because you have to be extra careful not to bump into anyone.
Do I still get my gadget specialization?
Yes.
Thank God. Holy shit. Oh, I'm not playing Jeremy anymore, but God, am I rolling like him. That's a 1 out of 4.
1 out of 4. Okay.
I fumble and I drop both vials.
Honestly, yeah, on a 1 out of 4. So what do the vials do on their own?
On their own, they're just inert, really.
They're just chemicals?
Yeah, they're just chemicals.
Okay. So you crash them to the floor without them colliding with the smoke at all. They're not creating a bigger smoke cloud or chemical reaction. You simply drop some chemicals on the ground and you hear some of the people next to you go like, oh, like they thought it was a jump scare. And then they start looking around like, what was that? Oh, and you have to, you need to duck out of there so that people don't realize what has happened.
I do have a rank in dramatic exit, so.
Yeah. And I think you can easily just get out of there or like play it off, you know, oh yeah, what was that? Oh, weird. But
that the wind.
particular distraction did not go off as planned.
Yeah. I think I want to walk up to like a group of people who are standing near that area and like noticing that didn't play out very well and just being like, hey guys, kind of loudly because it's like loud in there and being like, if you think that was scary, have you ever considered that, you know, for back on Earth, the billions and billions of years, you know, that presumably it was around, only about 90% of that, like 90% of it, there were no trees at all. But you know what did exist? Fungus. Fungus is older than everything. Isn't that scary?
Roll a willpower check.
Okay.
You are asserting, I don't know what you're intending to do, but I think you are asserting your sort of facts and personality to try and get people to just leave.
Pretty much.
So I feel like that's just I think that's willpower.
I'm essentially like farting in the crowd so that they all will like,
Yeah, I don't know if you have anything relevant to this role. It might just be straight will.
I mean, I do also have, you know, bio knowledge, so maybe that's just. But,
yeah, stick it in there. It's what you're saying is true. The actual academia of it does serve your purpose.
Okay, so I got a 1 and a 6. So does that mean
a 6 counts for 2?
That counts for 2.
A 6 counts for 2.
So that's 2 out of 3 then, or no, 2 out of 2.
How many die did you roll?
I rolled 2.
So it's 2 out of 2.
Okay.
So it's a full success.
Cool.
You do realize, like, as you're like 3/4 of the way finished saying what you're saying, people are like, all right.
That's what I was counting.
And people do just filter away from that area. Where did you do this?
So sort of over like somewhere between the elevator and where Mr. Magician was doing his
So you were in the building. You're in the tower.
Oh, I thought this was all in the tower.
Yeah.
Because we're on our way to go to the elevator.
Yeah, well, what I think threw me off was the smoke machine, because
I was doing that outside to try and get people to be like, look outside.
Yeah.
That's where I was doing it. But you guys can be doing it inside the tower. That makes more sense.
Yeah.
Because if you're trying to get people to leave, that's more of you're trying to get people to leave the place you're going, right?
Yeah.
If you were trying to draw people outside, that's a different thing. So I think Sid, what you just said,
shooing them away, like clearing the area a little bit, making the pathway a little easier and like fewer eyes over here in general.
So that's different information. So this means I have to describe the inside of the tower a little bit. And you do have to scan your ticket to go inside. And you do so pretty easily. You do notice
we did that already.
a Well, you scanned your ticket to get into the park, but now you're
okay.
going into the tower
I see.
at the center. You do see this very spacious lobby that has been immaculately decorated for Halloween. And there is a central circular desk. It's completely 360 degrees. It's actually even got a little track because there is a hovering kind of magnetic repulsor robot that is shaped like a little orb with a screen with a little smiley face on it, who is, greeting people happy Halloween and is, checking people in. Occasionally that security lead that you see does go talk to the little robot.
Mm-hmm.
But otherwise, you do see the hologram of Dr. Quickstep herself in her red and gold bodysuit and her big goggles that she wears as she is running around from display to display in the room, being projected, telling people the different sort of facts of historical fears that people had in science fiction. And you see that there are displays about like the 1950s on Earth when people were like transferring fears to like alien invasion stuff and what that meant culturally at the time, like why those stories were happening. You see like there's talking about 1984. It's basically just like a science fiction horror exhibit.
Okay.
And there are like holograms of cool aliens from different media. There are displays that are like sponsored by different movie studios in here. It's just been turned into this cool exhibit of horror science fiction media. So that is what you see in here. And you do clearly see where the elevator is. No one is guarding it necessarily, but there is very clearly that touchpad that it will not open without. So that is what you see in there. So you've done that with a full success. You at least clear a swath to the elevator at this moment.
That's
I
all
would
I
say.
needed.
Yeah. So attention is not necessarily in that direction, but you'll have to act quickly if you want to take advantage of that.
That's
and there
why
is
they
still
call
the
me a
little robot
lightning.
guy to consider.
Okay. What? Describe the robot guy again.
So he's a hovering little orb about the size of a baseball with a screen for a face that displays a little smiley face. But right now it's like a little jack-o'-lantern face, actually.
Mm-hmm.
And he hovers on a circular magnetic track around that central desk in the center of the lobby, but he can also like detach from that and go and hover around the entire room, and he can actually go and open the elevator himself if he wants to.
So the main security guy is in the room next to the elevator, question mark?
It depends. Would you want to catch him outside or inside?
Inside, next to the elevator as much as possible.
Okay. And at what point do you want this to be? Like before what Sid just did?
After, like immediately after. Like
Okay.
I was just like shimmying my way through the crowd as it was happening. Like he's at the elevator on his way to the robot, maybe.
Okay.
I want
as close to the elevator, because he never goes in the elevator. So you get.
But I assume he like guards the elevator. Like he checks that no one's trying to enter the elevator.
Yeah, he gets as close to it as he can. Yes. So you can wait until he does that and then go.
Are there bathrooms on this floor?
Oh yeah, totally.
So I am meeting him 3/4 of the way, me closer to the elevator than him closer to the robot.
Yeah.
And I'll just go, so the bathrooms in the ladies' room on this floor are kind of yucky. Someone really did a number. I was wondering if my friend and I could maybe just go up a floor and use the ones there.
He begins to say, I'm sorry, but the elevator is off limits to non-QuickTech personnel, and there are plenty of bathrooms available.
It would only be a moment.
So I need you to roll your power.
Yeah. Okay. There's trap. So many dice. Okay. Oh no. Uh-oh. Okay. to do it like one at a time because there's so many and they will fly off the table. Right, so that's a full success with 7 out of 7.
Full success, 7 out of 7.
Mhm.
The degree of success is quite a lot because he rolled 2
Right.
out of 3. So 2 to 7 is a 5-degree success. That is pretty exceptional. So you have essentially 1 minute where you feel perfectly secure that he will do one command exactly to the letter that you ask him to do.
Okay.
Maybe even a little bit more. Like you can keep him, so you can go against his basic programming a little bit more than you normally would.
Okay. What was the original plan? Just gonna pause really fast. For Malfesto to be in the elevator with us, or was he going to teleport to us somehow?
He can either like just come in now or just bamf into the elevator.
Yeah, so
Whichever one you want.
can you teleport to places you can't see as long as you have seen it?
Yeah. It's just got to be within 100 feet, or I can burn an extra charge to extend the range.
Nice. Okay. So you can try to time it so that you teleport in just as the doors close from a position where you can see it, but people can't see you. So no one sees you get into it. You can try that for sure.
Or I can also just like wait like a half a second after the doors close and just.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And then I obviously went in with my friend there because she like included me in her statement.
Yeah, so I think I like look back over my shoulder just to see if Malfesto is there, like in the doorway, can see us.
Mhm.
And like, do I? Okay. And then I'll lead him by his security badge. So I'll like grab the security badge and just like lead him into the elevator.
Mhm.
And like I'll be like playing with it as I talk to him, just making general small talk, just looking in his eyes. And I'll say, thank you so much for letting us do this. I know it's probably not, generally what you're supposed to do, but I promise we'll be right back. You can just stay here and watch everyone else, make sure nothing else goes weird or crazy. I heard there was like a weird crash outside. You might want to go investigate that. And as I'm like rambling, I'm going to try to just pull it off. And then let him go as the doors to the elevator close.
Okay. So here's what I'm going to need. I'm going to need some sort of sleight of hand situation to happen. It's probably dexterity to try and do this without anyone seeing. You are trying to avoid the desk clerk bot seeing this happen.
Right.
Because you just going with the security member, it's not going to be an issue. It's escorting you. But if he doesn't go with you and the robot sees that, it's going to raise a red flag.
Right.
So you have to try to do this unseen. And it's a passive thing for the robot. It's not actively looking for anything weird to be going on.
Are there any other cameras besides the robot, or is the robot the only thing that's like the only eye that's catching stuff?
There's a camera above the elevator.
Okay.
You guys knew that going in.
Yeah.
Or at least it was stated before, but it might have been.
Yeah.
Okay. You said dexterity? Yes, that's what you said.
Yes.
Okay.
Damn. Okay. I do have 1 skill point in sleight of hand. Oh shit. Damn it. That's just a 1 out of 2.
Okay. So this being passive, well, although to be fair, there was no successful distraction. So it could be an active check. A passive check, I'll tell you right now, that would fail. against its passive check.
Yeah.
I'm gonna roll a d6. On a failure, it is a passive check, and it fails. And on a success, I'm gonna roll a check so that you have a chance to succeed.
Okay. I'm scared.
That's a 6.
Oh.
So fate wanted you to have a chance to succeed.
Wow.
I mean, I am rolling 3 die here, but at least it's a chance.
Yeah.
That I won't roll a 1. I do still roll 2 successes.
Fuck.
So the thing is, he's not going to fight you right now. You can take the badge and he's going to be fine with it. But the little robot notices this and hovers over to you as he begins trying to walk away. He says, "Excuse me."
Oh, I was trying to perfectly time it so it was just like doors.
Oh, so you want to get in before the robot
we're
can get
in
to you.
I wanted it to be so that we're in the elevator. I think I hit the closed door button and Malfesto teleports right at that moment as the doors are starting to close.
Okay, so you're close enough. You could easily get in as the doors. You can get in before the robot can get to you.
Yeah.
We got to see about Malfesto.
Yeah.
So go ahead and roll your. How do you imagine your stats using your teleportation? Because obviously the power die, but when it comes to like agility or just pure willpower, what is the source of your power?
What is the secret of your power?
I didn't think this far. I was just thinking that it was like something like for all of those people that have watched the rest of First City season 1 and 2, kind of like Silhouette's power, where it just kind of happens.
Right, but Silhouette's power, it has the category of enhancement where she becomes invisible whether or not, so you will
I mean, like in character creation, what type is it?
Yes, the type of power that it is in character creation. A teleportation is a movement power. So yes, if you mean to teleport, you don't have a chance of not teleporting. You're going to teleport. The question is, are you going to get there fast enough? Are you going to get there before the door closes? Essentially, there's a chance that something could go wrong before you get there.
Well, I'm glad that I put 3 in agility then. I originally put 3 in agility just because I've never had 3 in agility before and I wanted to know what it felt like.
It is a power and it doesn't necessarily involve anything physical. So it could be willpower, intelligence, or dexterity if you do want it to be, or not agility, sorry. So willpower, intelligence, or agility. One of those 3.
I'm gonna go with agility just because it feels more right, and also it's the same as intelligence. Whoop. Oh my god, please, Jesus, save me. That's a 2 out of 4.
Okay, 2 out of 4 is a success for you. That is a middling success. If your explicit goal was to get there before the doors close, you barely meet that goal. You get there. Nothing goes wrong.
It was after the doors closed.
Yeah. So nothing goes wrong, but you make it just in time.
Just before the elevator starts moving.
Yeah, and because it is a dead half, not an above half, it is kind of straddling the line between success and failure. You accomplish your goal because it is half or more, but you don't get the added bonus of seeing what is coming. You don't know what happens when the robot gets there. You just know, shit, I'm here now. And that's all you get. So you guys are in the elevator and you're heading up. What is Lightning Slug doing?
Filling up my snail sack with goop. So I'm just like secreting and like I'm also getting it all ready in like my hands. So that I have it ready for like shooting and flinging.
Okay.
I like to imagine that Malfesto like teleported and was like, "Woo, D-list," and went out for high fives and saw that and it was like, "Ooh."
So we're going to start with this.
I will do a slippery thumbs up for Malfesto though. Like,
So we're on a ticking clock now.
Yep.
Because alarms have gone off in some regard. There's not a physical alarm that anyone's hearing, but you know that you were seen doing this and it is suspicious. You know that the little robot was coming after you and the door closed and the elevator is going.
yeah.
Beyond that, you're not sure what's happening, right? But mechanically, here's what we're going to do. As the elevator ascends to the 12th floor and you begin to make your moves, I'm going to need a group agility check to make your very next move faster than the next consequence, the next possible thing that could happen here.
Well, I have so much agility.
We're so agile.
You said an agility check plus what? Or
It's just agility. It's a group agility. So everyone is rolling it and I'm going to count it up.
yes. So that is a 4 out of 4 because a 6 counts for 2.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
3
So
out of
4
3.
3 out of 3. So 2 full successes.
4 out of 3.
Okay. So 2 full successes and 1 outstanding success. So 1, 2, 3, 4. What degree of it was a 1 extra?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. That is what you needed.
Straight.
You needed 4.
So agile. So good at our jobs.
So on 4, you can execute the next phase of your plan before you feel certain someone is going to start moving towards you.
Okay.
So I think because Snail Girl is going to be taking care of the cameras and Malfesto is the one who can teleport, I think he should have the thumb drive to plug into the computer.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll just be here for support.
Yeah, I mean, the next step of the plan, it can be if it's all simultaneous actions, it can be a round of like the next thing, but you guys have like a round essentially, almost like we're in combat. You have a 6-second window. Everyone do their one part right now, and then something else is going to happen.
I think that's what makes the most sense.
Yeah. So what are the simultaneous actions? We'll just go around in order of relevance, I guess. Who wants to start the thing?
Let's go.
Who is doing something?
Malfesto.
Oh.
What is he doing?
Well, after Slugworth slimes the camera,
Uh-huh.
Like that.
he'll move in and plug in the USB on the terminal computer thing.
Okay, so those are the simul. So maybe we need to do the cameras first then.
Yeah, I was like,
do you not want to move?
cameras?
Do you
okay.
want to move simultaneous with the cameras being got, or like try to go right like after there?
It might be better to go right after, honestly.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
you do have a. Okay, so that
So
being
do the
said, then
cameras.
yeah. So what I'm gonna do then is aim the projectile part of my apparatus
Mhm.
and try to fire off some goop directly at the camera. Is it only one camera?
There are
How many-
2 cameras.
There are 2 cameras.
One on
Okay.
either, like one right out of the elevator, aimed at the elevator. So you're basically like gonna have to time it. Like the door opens and you throw it so that you don't get seen at all. You just
Yeah,
we
that's
would
the
just see
plan.
you coming at it. And then the second one on the other end of the hallway, it's filming a different angle. So you can get halfway down the hallway before that one would see you.
So maybe
So you don't
what I wanna
necessarily
do-
have to worry. And you do only have 1 attack anyway. So
Yeah, well, actually, what I was thinking was like maybe what I want to do is actually kind of what I did before with the slappy hand, then,
Mhm.
because I can stretch out my hand, all wet and goopy, and like stick it out in front of me and like have it ready to just kind of like you know what I mean, and then so
okay.
that's going to be my plan. I'm going to make my stretchy hand as big as it can be, stretch it out all the way in front of me, right up to the doors.
Okay.
Toward the top, so that when the doors open, I'm ready to like.
Okay.
Malfesto will look at his teammate and say, "E-girl, can you use your ability?"
Hold on though. I gotta resolve this. Unless this is something that's gonna aid this. The camera.
Yeah. It's some. He's gonna ask her. Can you use your ability to charm our slimy friend to succeed harder? Basically, to use your power to be like, you do this, and then something like that happening, like a bardic inspiration. I don't know.
That's interesting. That would be cool.
You know, I've never really tried before, but I guess I could say be like, you need to succeed for me, and then see if that does anything.
Tell me to do my best.
Yeah. Make sure you hit your shot.
I'm gonna do the best I can, man.
Give you a lollipop.
Cool.
Interesting.
What do I do?
I'm not sure because
I don't know.
bolstering an ally is a creative use of your power, but it's not on your sheet. It's like it's not the intended effect of your power.
No.
But that's a fun experiment.
Yeah.
It's still like the same effect.
Like making
it's the
someone
same effect.
do something or like try harder to do something.
Yeah. Like make sure that I use maximum effort.
Yeah.
Okay.
Not to do your job for you, but like maybe it gives me another skill, but like it allows me to reroll one failure. I don't know.
Right. Well, I think what I want to do here is I want to determine how much it benefits you. So roll it as if you were rolling it against an unwilling person.
Okay.
On the fly mechanics.
So many dice. Okay.
And just tell me how many successes it is.
3.
3. Okay. So how many dice would you be rolling, Sid?
Mm-hmm.
How many dice would you be rolling normally for this thing? It's
dexterity to use my power.
Yeah. Is it dexterity in your power?
It would be. I guess it would be dexterity.
Mm-hmm.
I was thinking agility normally, but it's dexterity. Yeah, dexterity and my. Well, it's both goop and stretch. Can I use 2 powers simultaneously?
You're covered in you want to leave the goop behind on it. Mm-hmm. So what I would say on that is that you need time beforehand to gather goop in
That's
your
what
hand,
I was
which you had because of the elevator going up. So the elevator took like a round worth of time, it took that several seconds. So I will lump that in. Yeah. But it's still going to be
the stretch power technically.
Yeah.
So 1d12.
The trying to hit it is going to be the 1d12.
Okay. It's 1d12 and I have a dex of 3. So.
Okay, so then you get 3 rerolls of failures.
Cool. Wow.
Do you see how I did that?
Yes.
The number of successes you got is the number of rerolls that you're getting.
Wise. That is wise. Okay.
You can have this level of creativity if you download Panels and Powers, our proprietary system.
Yes.
itch.io/Ian Frost?
Yes.
Ian-Frost?
Yes, that is correct.
Can I say that while the goopening was happening, that I'm just like gonna equip all of my fun self-defense items. So like I have the cat knuckles on, I have the taser turned on, I have the knife ready, I have a handful of body glitter.
Okay,
pocket glitter.
So go ahead and roll your attacks.
Okay. That is a 10 from the D6s. I got 2 out of 3, and then it was a success on the D12 also.
Okay, for this it's not against anything, so the out of is not important. It's just the total number, including the power die, and you can keep the first power die roll if you want to.
Okay,
you can keep that 10.
Okay, so I'm literally adding the numbers together.
No, you're just giving me successes, the number of total successes, including the power die.
That is 3 then. 3 out of 4.
3 out of 4. Okay, so that is above a middling success. That is that's like a decent success, not a full success, but the goal of hitting it quickly before you feel that you were explicitly seen does happen, and the goo is there. The goo is gonna be gone in a minute. So the countdown of that 60 seconds to get through here.
But that particular camera is only pointing at the.
Yeah, it's pointing in this direction.
So once we're past it, I don't need to worry about that one anymore.
Yeah, so halfway down the hallway is when you'd have to worry about the second camera.
Okay.
It's kind of a long hallway.
Okay.
So this one is covering this area. It's like a swivelly head, and it's like a wide angle, and it can see halfway, and the other one is for the other half. Yeah. So you take care of this one pretty readily.
Okay.
And the door that you want is like right at the end of this camera's radius. Or
Okay.
actually, no. I think strategically, the thing that would make the most sense is for it to be well in the first camera out of the elevator's range. I feel like security-wise, that makes the most sense. So I think it would be like 2 doors down.
Okay.
Yeah.
I hand you a lollipop.
Okay. So that took an amount of time, right? Because it has to be after that happens for people to move, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So someone is going to have a chance to start catching up with you now.
No,
And
they
I'm gonna roll that.
won't. No. Wait, but I thought Malfesto's thing was. Oh no, we decided it was after.
If it's not simultaneous, then the next, yeah.
Never mind. I lied.
So is your next move that Malfesto is going to teleport to that room?
Did we determine if there's a camera in that room?
In the room?
In the room.
Interesting. I actually think that it's tastier if that information wasn't given to you. If that was like an unknown. Yeah.
Shit.
Then he will prepare another smoke one and make sure that he doesn't fuck it up horribly before teleporting in there. Do you want me to roll to see if I mess this up again?
Yeah, because what you're doing now is you're rolling to see if you get there faster than someone else arrives.
That dice go. Disappeared around the corner and cocked itself. Great. Thank you. Thank you, Mom. That was a non-success. Oh, okay, cool. Cool. 4 out of 4.
Okay. So I roll 3.
Oh.
So with 4, you teleport in there. And
Throw
you
down
have
the smoke.
And yeah, so you immediately throw down the smoke as your first action. You get in there and like you barely have a chance to even see what's going on. How much noise does your teleportation make? Does it make any noise at all?
No.
Okay. So for a moment, you don't tip anybody off. You do see this room that is, it's not like a huge chamber. It really does look like a pretty sizable just office space with various display screens that are showing footage of what is happening in the fear box. You can see like images at the moment of the current group that's going in, who has like reserved their spot and programmed what their fears are going to be. There are like cyber zombies like chasing them down a ruined dystopian street. And you see that they're reacting and laughing and like that's what you see on the screens right now. And you see, I'm going to say 2 people who look to be like just the tech experts who work here. They are wearing badges of their own, hard at work, facing the opposite direction from you. You don't immediately see a camera just out of a first glance, but you throw that smoke down just right out of the gate. And only then I think that makes a sound. And
Shit.
those 2 are like, what? Yeah. So does anyone else want to attempt to do an action in this simultaneous window? Because if you do, you'll need to beat a 4.
I mean, I want to get closer.
I mean, we're trying to get to that door too, right? We're trying to get in there also.
I want to get close. If I get closer, I think I'm going to try to throw that body glitter at the second camera. And like
get to stick.
Mess with the camera that way.
Okay. So roll an agility check to just like try to get yourself over there.
Okay.
Quickly. Yeah.
That is a 5 out of 3.
Wow. So yeah, you run over there and you do have a space of time to try and throw your glitter at the camera first.
Okay. Oh boy.
Yep.
Is that a sleight of hand? Because I'm trying to do it fast.
No, it's just like an attack roll.
Okay.
If it's just a throw, it's
Dex.
probably just dex. You just need a middling success or more.
Full.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, you cover this thing in glitter. And that ain't temporary. That
Nope.
sticks.
Nope.
Nice.
So cameras are covered at the moment.
And then are you going to be able to just open the door at that point?
Well, the door is open because Malfesto was.
I thought he just teleported through it,
He teleported and dropped a smoke bomb.
but the door is still closed.
The door is still closed.
How did he teleport in if you've never seen it before?
That's the thing, right? That's why he rolled the teleport.
Oh,
Because
I
if he
see. Okay,
failed,
I
he
see,
would
I
have
see.
into the door.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. And if
So
he
are
crit failed,
you-
he might have hurt himself.
So while it's smoking, are you just going to open the door then?
Well, that's the next action. So he did his action. He teleported in there, dropped the bomb. You could you could try to open the door with a minor action. Opening a door is a pretty minor action from the inside, at least. So you could try. You could try
Dex?
Yeah.
Ooh.
an unmodified, just straight dex.
Oh my god. What is my rolls, dude? Oh, this is how he got caught last time. 1 out of 4.
Yeah, you drop the smoke bomb and you look around and you're like, fuck, I can't see the door right now. So you can't get there to open it. But last chance for Lightning Slug to attempt anything in this window of time.
I mean, I wanted to slip and slide across the hallway to get to, like, I was going to try to slip and slide into the room, but if the door is closed, that's not going to happen. But what I can do is on my way out of the elevator to go across the hallway. I would like to coat the floor of the elevator in my goop behind me. So I'm just gonna like saturate myself and like slide around the floor.
The floor of the elevator. Okay.
Yes, so that if anyone comes up the elevator behind us in the next minute,
Right.
they will slip and fall down.
Okay, so what I'm gonna have you do is just like everybody else, I'm gonna have you roll one last agility check to see if you can execute this before the next thing happens.
Okay.
Did we figure out an exit strategy? We really didn't.
Nope.
A
I'm
step at a
thinking.
time.
D-list. Let's go D-list.
But that was 4 out of 4 though.
Okay,
So
so
it's a goopy elevator.
4, here's the interesting thing that happens now. At this moment, you know that Malfesto has teleported in. You see that both cameras are now covered. You secrete, and simultaneous with the secreting, so it does happen, and it hits right at the end as the window on the opposite end that is currently blacked out flies open. And you hear a sound of these quiet but very present humming repulsor jets as a figure bursts in. And you see standing before you who you understand to be Earhart. In her steampunked out flight suit, she is aiming 2 pistols that are kind of rectangular. They don't look like just a regular old revolver that's going to shoot bullets at you. You're not sure what it's going to shoot. You know it could be like a dummy concussive bullet. You know it could be some sort of plasma. You also note that there are 2 like canister-like rocket-looking items that are on her wings, like on the flight suit. And as she stands there, kind of having made it through the window, she smiles at you and she goes, "Well, I guess tonight's going to be a little more interesting than I thought it was. Tell me, is crime pet?" And she goes into initiative. I'm going to have everybody roll initiative.
My God.
I love her. I can't wait to make Quickstep disappointed in her.
Is that still with it? We don't use d20s at all, right?
Nope. So initiative, what you do is you roll your agility, but instead of counting successes, you actually count the numbers
Oh, okay.
all together.
This is what agility is like. This is power.
So I'll go to let's go to Sheedness first.
12.
12. Okay. And then Malfesto?
Foolishness, Sheedinist. 13.
Listen, that's good for me. Hermon never rolls well on initiative.
You're talking to Jeremy. Best I can do is a 6.
I also have 13.
You also have 13. Which of you has the higher agility?
3.
4.
4. So okay, so you're gonna go first. So I'll put you at 14.
I want that flight suit. I want to be able to fly out of here.
Okay. So, paper noises. At the top of the initiative, wouldn't you believe, it is Earhart.
Oh no.
Yeah, I would believe it.
Yep.
For someone who flies, yes.
Yeah.
Oh no.
And you notice she actually doesn't land. She is hovering a couple inches above the ground. She is going to fire one shot at each of you that she can see.
What?
So one at Sheednist and one at Lightning Storm.
Aw, dang.
That's a 3.
Oh, what am I rolling?
Your agility, and then you count the successes. Okay. And it's not out of, it's just like, because they're opposed checks, it's just the amount of successes.
And 6 still counts for 2?
Yes.
Okay.
God, I love specialty-based characters because I'm fucking re-rolling everything.
Fuck.
That's a 3 then.
Okay, so I have to resolve them one at a time. So the first shot with her right hand is going to go against Sheednist. So what do you got?
A 3.
A 3. So that is a 1, 2, 3, 4. So it is going to hit you. It's a success on the power, or in this case, specialty die. So success on the specialty die is 2d6. Okay, so you take 10 points of damage.
Oh no.
It was a good roll.
No.
As what feels like this compressed, hard rubber bullet just like fucking pegs you in the clavicle, and you feel the like, poof, and you know that's gonna bruise. It bounces off you, but it hurts like hell.
She doesn't even have paintball bullshit. What?
It's a heavy concussive. It's not like, it isn't paintball level. It does hurt very bad.
No, I'm just saying it's like a real gun.
But it's not real bullets.
Wuss.
Yeah. And then the second shot with her other hand is going to go to Lightning Slug. Two, 3, 4, 5. What was your dodge?
Was a 3.
3. Okay, so that was a success on the specialty die, but she doesn't get bonuses because it is her offhand pistol. So it's going to be 2d6 unmodified. 4 and 2. So you take 6 points of damage as you also feel from her left-hand pistol this, you're not sure if it is rubber, but this hard non-bullet bullet just like collide into your stomach and like play against that stretchy nature of your body. It almost wants to dig in before, instead of bouncing off you. I think it'd be kind of funny if it went like and then like poops out.
Oh, gross.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's Earhart's turn. Next in the initiative is Lightning Storm.
Okay. Well, I'm just gonna shoot. I'm gonna shoot some spicy goop at her face.
Okay.
Her face isn't covered, right?
The lower half of her face is not covered.
She got them goggles.
Damn, I did want to go for the eyes.
Yeah, she is wearing protective eye gear.
You could get it in her mouth.
That's true.
Yeah.
It is a called shot, and called shots have levels of disadvantage because they are harder to hit.
Well,
But you could still do it.
I mean, presumably I'm still standing in front of the elevator, right? Like I still haven't moved,
Yeah.
right? This happened.
Mhm.
So I think actually the main thing I want to do is I want to try to, because I am still goopy and slippy. So I would like to slide on my goop quickly, like evasively, like past her, like slip and slide down the hallway to get to the end of the hallway.
Okay, so you want to
What would I do
slide
for that?
past her to get to the hallway.
To the end of the
Moving
hallway.
past someone, she may get an attack of opportunity.
But it's real fast.
But yeah. So you can, I think you can just roll your power to see like if you get far enough, you know?
Yeah, because I can do it as a stretch too. Like if I stretch myself out and like
So you're-
underneath.
Just so we're clear, you're not attacking, you're just trying to slide past her.
Yeah, so that
Or
then
even
she has
underneath
to,
her. Or,
yeah, like under and past her so that she has to take a second to re-aim, you know.
Yeah.
And also the clock is ticking on the camera that is pointed at the elevator, so I need to get into the range of the glitter camera.
okay. So here's what we're gonna do. I am gonna have you roll a agility check with your power.
Okay. And I'm just telling you how many successes.
Yeah, for this one, it's how many successes?
That's 1, 2.
Because this is a movement power, you're going to get there regardless. But if you roll a full success or more, I'm going to make it so that she doesn't get an attack of opportunity on you as you pass her.
So that is a 1, 2, 3, 4.
Out of. This one is out of.
Well, 6, including the D12. Are we including the D6 in that?
The D12, yeah, you include.
I mean D12, sorry.
Yeah, in these you do. So 4 out of 6 total?
Yeah.
Okay, so not a full success. So you get there. You do get there, but she is going to try and like pistol whip you as you pass her. So it's not like a shot necessarily, but so she's not gonna. Yeah, she doesn't have a D12 on this. Just her dex. So now I'm gonna have you roll another dodge because she's trying to hit you.
Okay, which is agility.
Yeah. So that's a 3.
Yes. I also got a 3 out of 4.
Okay, so if you also get a 3, the tie goes to the attacker. So she does still hit you.
Dang.
But she only hits you with a melee attack. There was nothing, there's no die associated with it. So it's just a flat D6 with her dex on it. It's still a 4. So you take 7 points of damage as you slide by her. She just whips you with the back of the metal of the gun, kind of in the back of the head on your way.
That sucks. Okay, so
Yep. But you're over there.
Yeah.
And did you want to leave a trail behind? So the trail.
I
of
inevitably would.
Yeah.
Just by nature of having been all goopy and slid across the hallway. So yes.
So there is now difficult terrain.
Yeah.
Between the entire hallway, like half of it is difficult terrain.
Mm-hmm.
So now we cut back over to Malfesto inside the room with 6 seconds. 2 confused IT personnel scrambling around trying to figure out what to do in a smoke cloud.
Are the IT people where I need to plug in the USB?
It looks like it. That is
Do
where the
they like
computer console
magic?
is. They are working in front of the computer console.
Okay. They're fine out there most likely. They can open the door. It's the
Thanks.
sooner The sooner I do this, the sooner we can all get out of here. And he'll take out one of the thin vials and one of like the circular ones, um, pop it open, dump the thin one into the circular one, cork it, shake it up, throw it at them, and he's hitting them with the tear gas. It's the IT guys to get them the fuck out of there.
Nice.
Sorry, not sorry.
The T is
Oh
for
my.
tears.
They are not gonna roll much. Or wait, this is a tear gas? It's like an AoE?
Yeah.
Okay. So what you're gonna do now is you're setting the DC for their dodge checks.
Okay. Thank God for specialties. Oh, great. Oh, I'm just
Oh no.
2. They need to beat 2.
Okay, well they are rolling 1 die. These are not superheroes. These are just some guys.
As someone who has rolled 1 die a lot, I know the magic that can happen.
One of them gets a 1.
So you sting one of them.
The other rolled a 6. So the other one gets 2. So one of them...
Oh.
But it's a 5.
That's true.
Because the DC was 2 and he's attacking.
Yeah, that's true.
What a roller coaster. We literally watched him go from like to
Yeah, I guess that is technically true. It's just when you meet, the thing is that wasn't like an exact attack necessarily. It created something that needed to be saved from, and so a matter of tie goes to attacker. In a situation where it's an AoE and a DC is created, they are trying to meet or exceed the DC. But the thing is, though, there's a gray area. So what I like is talking about degrees of success. This is where degrees of success come in. You both hit your goal. Your goal was to tear gas this person. This person's goal was to not get tear gassed. It kind of cancels out. So what happens is this person is going to have to take a turn to compose himself. Whereas the other person, I think what happened is she probably just got a whiff of the tear gas and is like just down. Yeah. So that's what happened. One is incapacitated and one might not be, but at least has to spend a turn dealing with it. Yeah. I didn't put them in the initiative, but I guess I can. Yeah, let's do that. I'm gonna put them on 1 initiative roll. 1. They're at the bottom.
Yay!
Okay, right at 1, IT personnel. Mad respect to them and the job they perform.
Now he's going to try and go over to figure out where to stick the thing in.
Okay, so that can be your minor action, can be to go and assess the situation and like find the port. So go ahead and make an investigation of some kind of perception. So willpower or intelligence with any perception rerolls you might have.
Oh, God, please help me. Please, with my rolls. Oh, 1 out of 3.
You need different dice, my dude.
Dude, I've been changing them out so often, my guy.
Your dice don't like Malfesto stank.
1 out of 3, you don't quite find it yet. I think what happens is you realize that there is a panel that is actually like you have to open up the cabinet to get to the rig inside. So that's what you realize on a 1, is that it's not like out in the open. You have to open up the panel. And it's not locked or anything at this moment because they were using it, but it is closed. So you can open it on your next turn. Okay, so that brings us to Sydnni's turn.
She looking at me?
Yeah, I mean, she kind of like half turned to smack Lightning Slug in the back of the head, but she didn't stop looking at you.
Oh, okay, cool. I'm just gonna look at her and say, whoa, those goggles are so cute. I think they would look better on me though. And give me them, bitch. Throw them to me. Oh God.
Yeah, willpower is psychic resist, not intelligence. So
Okay. I got 3, but they were both successes on the power die.
so 3 total.
Yes.
I rolled 0 out of 2, which is a critical failure.
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh, that one's too far. Oh god. Okay, got it. Remember when I said at the top that I lose dice a lot?
Ordinarily, you do the thing, you say the thing to make the power happen.
Yeah.
And the effect of it would happen on her turn.
Mhm.
You know, like she would have to execute the command on her turn. On a critical failure, I think what happens is you can have her do some sort of minor action or reaction moment as like your minor action. You used your action to do the power.
Okay.
You can start the command now, or make it more clear.
Like, can I add to it?
Yeah, so you can either add to it, or you can have her, like, as an extension of your turn, you can have her take the first step toward actually executing what you wanted to do.
What would be more helpful? Getting her flight or getting her gun?
I
So-
can assist in her, like, maybe losing her grip on her gun if I'm able to aim my goop at her hands.
This is true. In that case, I mean, the gun is what's doing like the owies, right? So I think in that case I'll add to it so that she executes more on her turn.
Mhm.
So I think I'll say, and I want the ability to create a light show too. So I'm asking for her goggles and one of her guns. Give me.
Okay, I will say you like she can't read your mind, so your intention
Oh.
needs to be cleared.
I see. I just didn't want to.
Because if you say I want to create a light show,
Yeah.
she's gonna interpret that however she does, right?
Yeah, I just didn't want to say give me your gun, but I'll. In that case, give me your gun, bitch.
Okay. So she walks up to you,
Oh
or flies up to you,
shit.
or what? Did you not want her to? You told her to give you the gun, right?
Yeah. We're level 2.
Do you want her to throw it?
Yes. I wanted her to stay
Okay,
over there.
Because you didn't say that.
Yeah, I know.
I'm gonna roll a d6.
God damn it! It's genie rules. This is why I don't do control powers. This is why
Choose
I-
your words.
And
Fuck.
that's the nerf, right? So
You made your bed. Now
On a-
sleep in it.
You
so-
buttered your bread.
on
Now
a
sleep
failure,
in it.
she throws it. On a success, she comes up to you.
I mean, I'd have things if she comes up to me, so it's not the worst.
She throws it.
Yes.
Okay. She is going to throw the gun over to you.
And the goggles.
Did she also take her goggles off?
You said I could add.
Right, but she still has to do one turn's worth of stuff. So you planted the extra command,
Yes.
and she can do what she can in the space of your minor action. So think of it as you gave her your minor action. So hers is that she's going to now give you the gun. She now has the command locked for her next turn to also take the goggles off without you having to do anything else.
Oh, I thought it was I could add something, and that would be like her turn next turn. Like she wouldn't do anything now, but it would be on her next turn. But that works out fine. That's better for me. Yes.
Yeah, as long as her goggles are off by my turn, that's all I'm looking for here.
Yep.
Yeah, and her turn is before yours, so
Yeah.
So she throws you the gun. I'm not going to make any rolls. You can, because she's deliberately trying to do it so you can get it.
Yep.
You take it. And there's a moment where it's like, yeah, I've got it. And then you notice something strange. A
Uh-oh.
teeny tiny little figure that is getting
No.
closer,
No.
leaping
no.
off of the barrel of the gun. Only when she's right up on your face do you
No.
actually see her with this tied around almost Ninja Turtle like mask And I would say almost like a wrestler's helmet. The outfit is very wrestler inspired. This teeny tiny, like maybe 4-inch tall, but like buff as hell, tiny little woman.
Oh no.
And she is grinning
Cover
as
your butt.
she is going for a haymaker punch directly into your right eye.
Ow.
And it's not a called shot for her because she's small. For her, it's a big
Oh.
target.
Yeah.
Do I
As
see
Mrs.
this?
Hyde tries to punch you in the eye.
No.
Do I see this happening?
I think you're far enough away that you'll see the effects of it, but I don't think you see the tiny little lady.
Okay.
She was hiding on the gun, so I could not be happier that you wanted her to give you the gun. And Mrs. Hyde's turn was the next turn.
What a gifable moment that is over there. Ian cackling in Korea. Office scowling.
But still,
The thing is, I only have 26 hit points. I currently have 16 hit points.
Damn.
I can't take that many hits.
okay, that is a 4.
Yep.
That hits?
Yep.
Okay. The ability die was a failure, so it's 1d6 plus her strength. That's a 1 plus 4, so you take 5 points of damage as she punches you in the eyeball.
Ow. Fuck.
5 out of, what's your total hit points? 26?
26. So that's 1/5.
It's like a fit. So I think. Ooh.
Pop a blood vessel.
Make a constitution check for me. Or save, rather.
I'm too hot for this. That's a 2 out of 1.
Okay. You are going to be able to keep your eye open.
Sick.
She does not succeed on forcing you to close your eye.
Okay.
So that was a possibility
Does
with
she
that amount of damage. So
Remain small
she is still small right now.
on the gun.
She can change on a bonus action. So after she punches you, she jumped over with her movement, which because you had the gun, she didn't need to like do an action to get up to you. She was there.
Mhm.
So she's used one action. It does take a full action for her to change her form.
Mhm.
So I think after she punches you in the eye, she is going to try and stay on you if she can. Well, actually, I can keep making it interesting because there are strategic merits to everything. So on a failure, she stays on your face. She hangs on to your face. And on a success, she's going to just leap off.
Cock.
Failure, she stays on your face.
Cool.
Oh no. I mean, we want that.
So I think she's like holding on to the flesh of your cheek.
Oh.
And that's Mrs. Hyde's turn.
She's looking at like she's just right up against the little heart stamp on my cheek.
Mhm.
Next in the initiative, you can hear a vague clunking
No.
of metal on metal outside. It does take his whole turn just to get here because he was not,
Loser.
on the, he had to get here. But you see with these wrist gauntlets that have a magnetic attachment, a figure climb up through the window and stand at the ready. And you do see Hacksmith, who is a very lithe, actually shorter individual, almost like with the proportions of like a jockey. Wearing that fencer's foil with that blue and white striped motif. He immediately gets into a stance, pulls out the hilt of a sword with a guard on it, and you hear something click, and you see this pale blue, thin plasma foil erupt from the hilt, and he holds it out to you, but you can't even see his face at all. He has a full mask, like face covering. So he just stands at the ready, and that's all he can do. Which takes us back up to the top with Earhart, she doesn't get to try and break out of this until the end of her turn, so she just has to execute the command that was given to her. So she has to use her main action to give you the goggles. I already rolled for tossing versus going up, so it wouldn't make sense for her to try and like walk up to you again after she already decided that's not her means of doing it.
Yeah.
So she takes the goggles off and she does throw them over to you. You do see that underneath the goggles, like the goggles don't hide her identity. She doesn't really have like a secret identity situation. That's not the kind of hero she is. So you do see her face as she is kind of entranced. She wasn't given a bonus action command, and that means it's just burn. So she now gets to roll again to try and break it.
Oh, I'm so
Yeah.
I'm stupid, both in the game and out of the game. I keep not understanding what you're saying, but I get it after a second.
Okay, so what was the initial roll?
It was 3.
It was 3. Okay. So the question now is, do I keep having you roll to maintain it every time? Not on the first one. Not on the first one. So she's going for 3. She rolls 2. Every consecutive time from this point, I think this is what we came up with Haramone, is that it gets harder and harder to maintain. So she starts getting levels of advantage, and she gets one more level of advantage every time she rolls again. Her turn gets burned either way because you succeeded.
Yes.
So she did do the command, right? So I feel like that mechanic kicks in after the first initial effect of the power happens. So you did succeed.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
You know what I mean? This is her now trying to break out of it. This is technically the second roll, and you did get the thing out of it. So I think I am gonna re-roll that failure. So let's see. That's another 6.
Okay.
So she does come out of it. I'm sorry about it, but I feel like that's the most fair for a stun locking situation. So she does, it still burns her whole turn, but at the end of her turn, she blinks. She reaches up to her face and she's like, okay, you've unlocked hard mode.
Can
And
you talk like a normal person, please?
that's her whole turn. So we're back at Lightning Slug.
Okay. Well, now I'm gonna shoot spicy goop at her face.
Okay. Yep.
So, agility and D12 all at one time, or D12
Yeah. So
first?
how many dice total will you roll so I can determine the called shot disadvantage?
With agility, right?
Yeah,
That
because
is-
I think called shots are just on a base level unless it's like an extra hard called shot, like a pinpoint target, which this is not. It's gonna be half your die amount of disadvantage. So
Okay.
how many die total do you have?
I have 4 agility plus the D12, so that would be 5 then.
So it's 5. Okay. So rounds down. So take 2 levels of disadvantage. So reroll 2 failures.
Okay.
Or 2 successes. Sorry, reroll 2 successes because it's disadvantage. And this is still against Earhart, right?
Yes. Okay. That then.
I'm gonna say
Yes.
she's not in the air. She's not hovering anymore because that effect. So she doesn't get her D12 for dodge.
That is still a 3 out of 5.
Wow. Her defense is just not going well, even though agility is like her thing.
It is
I-
for us.
I rolled none. So
Wow.
so you do hit her face.
Very cool.
And it's extra spicy.
So what did you roll on the power die?
The power die was an 8.
So the power die is a success. So go ahead and roll 2d6 for damage. And what did you roll for the attack? It was at dexterity?
No, it was an agility, right? Yeah, it was agility. I just thought it had to be
To
agility.
throw goo at her face?
I guess that should have been a dexterity.
That's
shouldn't it?
dexterity. Yeah.
Well, shoot.
Do you want to re-roll it?
Yeah, I should re-roll
Yeah.
it then. Which
Yeah,
means
because agility's feet, leg stuff.
Yeah, I've been rolling agility for like everything lately, so I just was like, that's all
fair.
we do now. But yeah, okay. So then that's 4 dice total then altogether.
Yep.
Um
So it's still 2 levels of disadvantage.
But I
still rolled a 0, so
okay.
Well, there's at least one success because the power die was a success.
Okay. So now weirdly enough, the power die is still an 8.
Okay.
So that's still a success. But I got 4 out of 4 because 1 is a 6. So 4 out of 4.
Cool. So, but it's not a 12 on the power die, so it's still not. It's not a crit, but it is a full success, and that's cool.
Mhm.
But for the purposes of this, just having the success on the power die makes it 2d6 of damage
Mhm.
plus your dexterity bonus.
And it's 5-degree success.
So 2d6 plus my dexterity?
Yep.
Okay. That is a 12. That is 12.
12 points of damage.
Face
Yes.
is extra spicy.
Yes.
Okay. And you see it sizzle a bit. It's not melting her face off or anything,
But
but
yeah, it's
there
just-
are red, like she is burning and she's like trying to get it off.
Yeah. It's very
What's on it?
slippy.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
Um,
it wants to absorb into your skin too. So have fun with that.
Oh,
So that now, unless you have any minor actions that you can do.
I don't think I do.
Okay. So
So-
we're back in the room with Malfesto. I think at this point, the smoke is clearing. So you can see in the room again. And you get a clear view of these 2 IT professionals, one of them straight unconscious with teary eyes. The other one, because again, these are civilians. The other one is actively trying to pat her face down. I had it backwards. Yeah, he tries to pat his face down a little bit. So you've got your turn. What's it gonna be?
He's gonna try and plug in that USB. He wants to get the fuck out of here.
Okay.
Yeah.
So at this point, you can open up the panel and take a look at where it is. If you want to say that you just use your entire turn to open the panel and put it in, I will let it just be free actions, but it's your turn.
Mhm.
If you roll and you introduce the chance of failure, you also introduce the chance of doing it faster and still having more of your turn.
oh boy.
So it's up to you.
Can I use my gadget specialty?
For the USB gadget specialty to plug in a USB into a hole.
I mean, when you say it like that, it sounds like it should be pretty easy.
It should be pretty easy. It's the thing is, it's like it opens up the door for like what's a gadget? Like who has a gadget specialty for being able to like turn on a light switch? You know what I mean? It's really funny to me. So I don't think that's a gadget specialty.
Fuck. Oh, this game sucks. I'm quitting the show. All right. Dexterity?
To just try and get it in there fast and still have your free action to do other things with on your turn. And your movement too.
Sure, fuck it.
All right.
Wow.
You just need a half or more.
Oh man. I really wish that I could be a dishonorable player and lie. That's 1 out of 4.
What the fuck?
God
Okay.
damn it.
Hey, we're not good bad guys here.
Okay. On a
whole
1 out
thing.
of 4, you locate the port.
I have found the hole.
You have found the port.
Oh man, story of my life.
Yeah. You I think maybe you fumble on trying to get the panel open, and then there are so many different ports that it's like, oh,
USB.
oh God.
USB A.
Oh, God.
USB C.
iPhone, what?
Yeah. Lightning.
Yeah. like you plug it into the wrong one first and it doesn't come up and you hear the like doo-doo sound, and then you put it into the right one. So or you're about to put it into the right one and that takes up your whole turn.
Yeah, but you put it in like upside down so it's not going.
Yeah. So now you have located it. Your next turn will be like unquestionably you can just put it in with a free action.
Thank God.
And have the rest of your turn. Yep.
Jesus.
On no successes, you still would have had to roll for it again. Somehow. Something could have gone wrong again, but that's only critical failure.
I'm not trying to abandon you guys. I'm trying to get this done so we can go. Please believe me.
And we're back to Sydnni.
So from what we know about Mrs. Hyde, her body, when she's in her suit, functions like a human body normally, correct? So she's susceptible to all forms of damage that a human body would be able to get.
Yeah, she's just she's beefy.
Okay. Remember when I said that Sydnni was down to kill people? I'm gonna try to take her, grab her, preferably by her head, off my cheek, which I hope is not too hard because she's like on me, and just thwap her down on the ground.
Okay, so roll a strength check to pull her off of you. You're rolling against her strength, but with no power.
Also, has it been a minute yet since I slid like down the hallway?
No, because a minute's like 10 rounds.
I didn't think so. So if you're able to throw her down and land in some goop, then she's gonna have a harder time getting back up.
That's true.
Okay, so I roll 1.
I also.
So it goes to attacker. Yeah. You pull her off because this is a draw situation. Without damage, degree of success I think kind of matters. So in this instance, she doesn't take damage, and nor do you take damage from the pulling off. And I think it takes up with the effort of it. I think that was your regular action to pull her off. And so you can use your secondary action to throw her down if you want to. So it's like you were fighting against her pulling on the flesh of your face. So if you had gotten a high degree of success, you could have just pulled her straight off easily, but it was a draw. So
that's a 1. So I can still throw her down.
Yeah, you throw her down, and she gets thrown down regardless. There's nothing she can do about that.
Okay.
So what did you roll to throw? So you can
a 1.
Okay.
Up 2.
Yeah. So it's just a base d6 of damage. 2 hit.
Oh, so that's 4.
Okay.
I do try to aim for the goop.
Ooh. Interesting. So I will leave this at your discretion. Would you rather roll dexterity to try and throw pinpoint into the goo and it's based on your degree of success, or should I roll a save?
A large area of goo, so.
Yeah. Because it's like a human
It is a
person.
long, yeah, it's not going to be hard.
Yeah, I guess my dex then. Because I'm literally just I'm not trying to throw her anywhere. I'm just trying to throw her down.
Yeah.
And
Which happens regardless. It's just a matter of
person-sized amount of goo in front of me. So if I get no successes right here, that's pretty miraculous. And it's fine.
It's fine.
It's fine. We're good.
Okay, so you throw her down, she takes the 4 points of damage, and she slides a fair distance away from you. If that is the goal.
I wanted to put on the top. If she can't punch me in the face again.
The dice. Do you move at all?
Is there a door panel to the door? How far? Because I got far enough to throw the glitter at the camera. How far is that to the door?
Far enough for the glitter. So halfway. So the door is like 15 feet behind you. Is that right?
Is there a control panel on the door?
There is a keypad on the door.
Keypad. Okay.
Yeah, so there you would have to type in a code to get in.
Well, I'll still go, I guess, to the door.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're not in melee with anybody anymore.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Which then goes to Mrs. Hyde's turn. She is slipping in the goo, prone. She has to use. Oh man. Okay. She has to make a choice. And the choice that she makes is to use her action to change to her big form. So as she's sliding, you suddenly see her grow just a hair below the size of the room. Big enough that she is bigger than a normal person, but not so much that she is like unable to move. So she's now like 10 feet tall and big. And she's going to use her entire movement just to get up. And she looks at you and she gets down almost like a bull ready to charge. And that's her whole turn. Hacksmith finally gets a chance to enter the mix for real. He is closest to Lightning Slug. Hacksmith is closest to Lightning Slug because you slid across. So you're closer to that window. So you're the first person that he's going to see. So he is going to attempt to cut you with his sword. Yeah. Actually, it's more of a stab because he's yeah. It's fencing. Yeah.
Fencing lad.
He is a little bit just good at fencing. So lots of dice.
But it is agility I try to dodge with, right?
Yes.
Okay. Using it so much because I keep getting hit at.
Okay, I roll 6.
Oh my god. That is a 3.
Okay, so he is going to hit you. And he has 2 d12s in fencing. I rolled an 8 and a 9, both successes.
Just telling me how much dead I get.
So 18 points of damage.
Oh
How are you
my
looking?
god. Not great. Not great
Are you
at
still
all.
up?
Yeah, barely.
Okay.
Very, very barely.
He looks like he is so keyed in to this one thing, and it's kind of frightening because you can't see his face. You just hear the hum of this sword and feel a white-hot pain, and he strikes directly enough to hurt without piercing any major organs. He is an expert in not killing, but inflicting pain. And he goes right through your midsection somewhere, and you feel it just burn immensely. And the pressure that he puts in, he barely has to put in any because it's heat. And then he just slides it out.
Gross.
And then just waits there. And that's his turn.
You love to do this thing where someone gets hurt where all the vital organs are and then say, there's no way that they hit the vital organs.
On a roll
God.
that good, I think I can describe where he aims.
He slides just between the pancreas and liver.
Yep.
So down at the bottom, we have the IT personnel. One of them's unconscious and not at risk of dying, but the other one is gonna roll to just see if he can get over it. He doesn't have much to roll here.
Don't try it, dude. You're not being paid enough. You're not being paid enough.
2 out of 2. So on a full success, he shakes it off. His eyes are just red, and he's like, "What is happening?" And he looks over at you, and he goes, "Hey," and he just goes, "Stop it!" And he goes and he tries to smack your hand, and it just, and then he looks at like where he hit, and he looks at your face. He goes,
Just lay down. Just lay down. Just lay down. It's all good. I won't tell anybody. Just lay down.
Yep. Gotcha.
Lay down, act like you're hurt. Nobody will question it. You're a hero.
We're back up to Earhart's turn then.
Please not me. I am not me.
Eyes currently getting burned out of their sockets by acid.
Yeah, that's true. Well,
Earhart
venom.
is yeah, that's true.
Earhart's having a rough time with her
Earhart
eyeballs.
has to see if she can get this stuff off. So depending on the goodness of the roll, we'll see if it takes her action or her minor action.
Does she have any disadvantage because she rolled a critical failure when she was trying to dodge?
That's true. She did roll a critical failure when she was trying to dodge. But I think the critical failure is what triggers the needing to get it off immediately.
Get it off, get it off, get it off.
Otherwise, it's just an attack. Like it's a 1d12 attack that doesn't have the effect of it stays and incurs that, you know, if it did, then that would be a concern. But I think the crit fail means that now she has to burn some kind of action just to get the stuff off. And she can just choose to have no chance of failure and take her whole turn to just do it. But I think it's tastier. I think it's more in her character if she tries to do it quickly and efficiently. So
she's a tryhard.
She's only got 1 constitution, and I think that's what this is going to be. That's a failure. So it does take her full action to get it off, and all she has is a minor action. With her minor action, there's not a lot like special that she can do. I think she's just going to get back in the air. She hovers back above the goo again and tries to start assessing what she needs to do. Lightning slug. Very injured lightning slug.
Very. I think it would be in my best interest to try to get away from the violence. So I think perhaps what I'm going to do is I'm going to use my turn. Should I use my turn to, not should I, would it use my turn to open the door?
Which door?
The door to where Malfesto is.
Right. So there is a keypad.
Oh, okay.
You don't know the code. Do you have any like skill set with trying to like hack through it or something to... I think you took any sort of override gadgets or anything like that.
No, not really. Is there like...
You just had to break it down. It's like a metal door.
Yeah. Is there a gap? How much of a gap underneath the door is there?
Oh, enough to get air through. You can really try to squeeze yourself through there.
Like
you are stretchy.
Yeah,
you can try to get in there
underneath there to get on the other side of the door.
Yeah, I'd ask for a power roll, but you can absolutely try.
Yeah, that is a stretch, and I am still.
That is your power. That is your power.
Okay, and would that be? Did we determine that would have been dexterity now at this point, or would it be agility still?
This is the kind of thing that I would say is dexterity, agility, or willpower, because you are trying to will your body into a shape small enough to get through.
Okay. I'm going to call it agility.
Okay.
Because, that's where I live. Here. So that's what we're going to try for here.
Yep.
Oh, my goodness. And do I get any sort of like, I don't add anything to that, do I?
Well, did you roll your D12 with it?
Yes.
Okay.
So,
and what are your skill points in?
Stealth, bio knowledge, and perception. But I mean, it's not so bad though. I did get a pretty good success on my 12, and I did get 1 6, so that's 2 then, and then a 4. So that means then that I have 1, 2, 3, 4 out of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Oh, that's more than half success.
Yeah.
So you are able to use your primary action to squeeze yourself into a very small flat shape and get inside. So you still have your movement and your secondary action.
Okay. With that, so that didn't count as movement. That was okay.
No, it's your action. That was your power because you squeezed in.
Okay.
You got yourself over there. So now you're in the room and you see the smoke has cleared. One guy is surrendering. There's another lady who's fully unconscious, and you see Malfesto just like locked eyes with a USB port.
God,
you've never seen someone stink eyeing a USB port as hard.
I'm gonna move toward.
Flipped you over 3 times.
Levian, please.
I'm
out here all alone.
You can open the door from the inside.
Well, if I open the door, that means everybody can get in. Although I guess the heroes could get in anyway with the keypad if they really wanted to. But yeah, I'll open the door.
Yes.
Okay. Yes. Then that would be the rest of your turn.
That's cool.
Unless you want to like move more. Like go deeper in or come out of the room.
Can I hide?
That's some kind of action. You've used your action and your secondary action, so
yeah.
No,
I'll just open the door for sheetinist.
Solid. So Malfesto, it's you in this hole.
Yeah, just stick it in. You said that I could just stick it in now.
You can as your secondary action.
Just do it.
Yep, I'm doing it.
Okay.
Not a sponsor.
You see on the screen a like the download, the copying and download in progress. It looks like this thing was designed to seek out the specific file. You don't even have to engage with it. It goes for its neck and just begins downloading. It is downloading at a remarkably fast speed. This is a big file. It's a big program. And this is a thing that is powerful enough to meet it. So it is that sort of like immovable force, unstoppable object thing. And it's moving at a middling pace. You're looking at the rate of it, doing the quick math in your head. You're realizing that at the beginning of your next turn is when it's going to be ready, that you can pull it out and go.
Okay.
For now, you still have your action.
And my movement.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to move. Is that IT guy gonna try anything?
Doesn't look like it.
All right, cool. I'm gonna trust that my compatriot will, the presence of my compatriot will keep him not wanting to try anything. I'll move to the doorway and peek out, see what the hell's going on.
Mm-hmm.
And realizing that all 3 of them are there, and also that big lady is now super big. He's gonna throw his straight up acid to try and melt her belt off.
Oh, okay.
And she's a big target now, so it should be easy, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
So take half rounded down if it rounds. Disadvantage for the called shot.
Half rounded down.
So how many die total are you rolling?
Without the power die 4, with 5.
With 5, so 2. So roll 2 levels of disadvantage for the called shot.
Okay. That is a 2 out of 4, no success on the power. 2 out of 5, no success on the power.
Now, ordinarily in her big form, she would tank damage and roll it against Constitution and just have a damage reduction. But because you're going for her belt, she has to go with agility, which is not strong for her. I rolled a 1 and a 2. That's 0. Woo! These guys they're deadly against you, but they're also shitty against you.
Yeah.
So, what did you roll?
2.
2. Okay, so 2 against a critical failure, you can render this belt useless for a round, essentially burning her turn entirely. Yeah.
I'll take it.
So you see that belt like melting, and her form begins to shift and flicker, almost like her body wants to start coming apart. Her skin is looking more elastic, and she like immediately goes into this like flash of panic, and then clenches down on it and is like, no, I can handle this. There is like a second year of professionalism at play.
I'm going to melt that belt. Melt
Okay.
the belt. Melt the.
So that is your turn. Sydnni, you see this happen.
I do.
You gonna come into the room?
Yeah, I am. I assume they're all looking at me because I'm like
You're the last one.
the last one available. Question is, do I want to see if I can make her take the belt off herself? Or if I should try to do something that targets all of them.
Get him to sub for you at tier 3.
You could also just ask them to leave. Like,
Yeah.
get in the elevator and go downstairs all the way, leave, exit.
I think I'm
you're a little
gonna
more unhinged.
I think I'm going to, as I'm backing into the room, but before they lose line of sight on me, I'm going to be like, come on, you guys. Did you really think this was going to be the main threat on this day? This is just part of the test. It's actually going to happen in the amusement park, so you should go and check on that instead.
And who is this going toward?
All of them? Because they're all looking at me.
Well, doesn't Earhart still have burning eyes? Can she see you?
Well, she took her turn to like deal
Oh,
with
okay,
it, so
okay.
she's fine.
I thought
now.
she was still working on that. Okay.
Yeah, she's okay.
Cool.
There is no one person only limitation.
There is not a one person only limitation. Trying to make sure it's fair, but I think it. Well, yeah.
I mean,
I mean,
that's kind of
everyone's
like-
gonna roll separately. Everyone's gonna roll defense
yeah.
separately. So it's
And that's kind of my utilization too. Like, I could potentially affect large swaths of people.
Yo, Sydnni becomes a cult leader?
I was just gonna say, Sheet in his cult.
So I have a question. I have a skill point in deception. Because it's not just asking someone to give me something, can I, and I'm telling a lie, can I apply that deception?
you're using the skill,
Yeah.
and it doesn't cancel out like with the power. So I think it's okay. It's like when BB uses sharpshooter, you know.
So that's 3, 5, 6 successes and a crit. One of them.
So 6 total.
Yeah, 6 total, but there's a 12 on there. There's a 12 on there.
Every single one of them, they can't even roll that much, right? So Earhart rolls 2, Mrs. Hyde rolls 3, Hacksmith rolls 1 out of 2. They're full successes for Earhart and Mrs. Hyde, and it's a half success for Hacksmith, so Hacksmith's probably going to get the worst of it.
Mm-hmm.
Mrs. Hyde and Earhart, because they're full successes, they're not necessarily going to do something that is to the utmost extreme. They're not going to, for example, kill themselves,
Yeah.
right? But you can get 2 commands or a bigger, like a meteor command on all 3 of them at once.
Well, I feel like them just like
This is a lot.
I feel like them leaving and completing the task of going all the way down and inspect, like doing an inspection of the amusement situation
Mhm.
park, the amusement park situation, was already a big ask. So I don't really know how much bigger I could go.
Okay,
Like,
so you
maybe-
want them to go investigate.
Leave the jetpack. Leave the jetpack.
Wait. Can you tell me again the original command?
So the original command was leave and go check on the amusement park.
Okay, that's two things.
Well, exit
Leave.
to the amusement park, I guess.
Well, like leave and go to the yeah. And then the second one would be like investigate the amusement park.
Because the first one is just get out, right? And the second one is do an activity that's going to make you take longer.
Yeah. So I guess then I would want it to be like they don't just do a flyover of the amusement park. They actually go and check the amusement park so that they're taking time that we will use to escape.
Okay.
Yes.
I mean, that is an extreme success. That is what you would call like a legendary moment in the mechanics of this game. And so going down the line, like we can end the initiative at this moment and put in a timer.
Yeah.
For how long they're going to be
and
busy.
Also I would imagine that it takes different amounts. It takes probably the same amount of time for Earhart and Mrs. Hyde because Mrs. Hyde can go with Earhart. But if Hacksmith, if he has to go down the way he came,
he'll go back in the elevator.
Oh man. But that'll still take more time than the other two. So there's also like one, even if two of them come back, we are not going to see all three of them at the same time. So.
And on a crit, I think you get 2 minutes instead of 1 minute at its base. So they look at each other and they're like, yeah. Earhart goes, yeah, you're probably right. I mean, this could easily just be a distraction for something worse. And
we're small fry. I mean, look at us.
You almost killed me.
Yeah. And Hacksmith goes, oh, do you think so? All right, there's probably something Grandevillain down there. We should go. And meanwhile, Mrs. Hyde is like, and gets her belt back together and her form solidifies in the shape of a like normal human, which to her is still a bulky bodybuilder, but she's like, yeah, if you whatever you guys want to do, that's fine. Quickstep can come back and take care of this whenever she hears about it. All right. And she goes small and gets on Earhart's jetpack. You see Hacksmith goes into the elevator and deftly avoids slipping on the goo in the elevator. The elevator door closes. The other two disappear out the window, and you have 2 minutes now. To your knowledge, you have 2 minutes.
Before they snap out of it. So even after that 2 minutes, they have to
get back to
find us. Yeah.
So you have 2 minutes to fix this. Although in 6 seconds, we get to the USB is done and you pull that shit out. Mm-hmm. What do you guys do?
Will everyone fit in the air conditioning shaft to just like slide down to the bottom? Like
interesting.
Malfesto, have you ever teleported someone with you before?
Oh, that's risky.
I have not. And I can only go 400 feet. How tall is this building? I would have reviewed this before I went on this heist.
The building has like between 20 and 30 floors.
But we're on 12.
And you're on 12.
And each floor is like 10 feet as per standard.
I would say if we had more time, do a practice run with one of the IT guys, like grab him and poof into the other room and see what happens.
Well, I can only...
if you can see the ground.
Yeah.
I can
also
like
jump out the window and see the ground.
I can also just like look out a window and hold on to you guys and then just go down. I have enough range to just do that.
What if
So-
we have 2 minutes? It's not going to take us 2 minutes to teleport. What if you just grab one of the IT guys and then do a test run, and then you still have teleports left today? And if it works, we'll just jump, and if it doesn't, we'll just go down the elevator.
But I'm saying that we don't have to jump out the window. I could just teleport while our feet are still on even ground.
Can I interject something?
Oh, yes.
If you can see where you're going, we remove the element of risk. This is a one-shot. Having a little level up of your special power is not a big deal. I think the idea that if you can see the ground, you can see where you're going, you can take one person at a time without having to roll for it, and it'll go off without a hitch. The only thing that I would do is I would have you make an agility roll with your power die to see how quickly you can do everyone.
Okay.
So one roll to see how long the whole thing takes, but there's no risk.
Quick problem. I only have 4 uses of teleportation left. There's 2 people here.
4.
Mhm.
So the last round you have to come down manually.
But if
somehow.
if lightning slug can just take the just down the vents,
That's true
then
too.
You can also just go on. You can also just go on the outside of the building, right? Just.
That's fun. I mean, I guess I could, I could stretch myself out pretty big and like slide down. I don't know. Gravity is still a pretty powerful thing. That's pretty, I'll figure it out. I could go down the elevator shaft too. I could, slip and slide down the.
Mhm. That'd probably be faster.
You have how many left?
4.
So enough to get one person down there.
Yes.
Okay.
Essentially.
enough to get 2 people, but it's risky because it would be like the 4th
Well,
one.
no, because how my power works is that
One.
1, and it would take two of my things to go 1 down, and then 2 to go 1 up. So
I see.
One down. He comes up, takes the second person.
That's 3.
and I wouldn't. No, I'd have 2 to go down and then 2 to go up.
Why?
Oh, because you can only go a certain range. That's why.
Yeah.
Well, that's why we jump. And then
You jump and teleport halfway down.
Yeah, because teleporting should. I totally know what this means and how it works. And I'm not using someone else's brain to say these things. But teleporting, in theory, should stop us from traveling at or reaching terminal velocity. So if we just jump and wait a little bit and we get in the range and then we teleport to the ground, then it's 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah.
Again, I've never done this with another person before. I don't even know if it's possible. So fuck it, whatever. How stretchy are you, Lightning Slug?
Very stretchy. In fact, I can stretch. The most I've ever been able to stretch is like my entire body across the floor of like a room this big.
25 feet stretchy.
Boy, I'd like to ask a higher power what they think. How right now, if
I think you could get that far on a like outstanding success, but I think you average in the 10 to 15s.
Okay, that seems fair.
We are wasting a little bit of time.
Okay, fine. We're gonna jump out the building.
Yeah.
Okay. One at a time.
Yeah.
I don't have a problem going first if I'm pretty beat up. I'd like to just get out of this building. So just mind the slippy parts. I'd hold on to the parts of me that are fabric right now.
Malfesto, you realize as you feel the the fear of God in this moment, right? And you jump out, and for the first time in your life, you realize that you can easily teleport. It was kind of a mental hurdle. It's like, I've never done it, so I don't know if I can, but that pressure, that pop of disappearance and reappearance, wherever it is you go in between, to take another person with you if you're holding them, is not so different than if you were holding a larger object. And so it works without a hitch. And you get to the ground. You realize at this point, some people have noticed that something like the crowd is kind of dispersing, and you see security is like trying to corral people away
from what, like
from the tower and from the entire place, because there was a big ruckus and hero team flew up and crashed through the there was a whole thing. So it is like, and also alarms have been going, the robot alerted, so people are being evacuated out of here.
Then I guess 2 to get up, and I'll grab our thirst trap. And
trap, baby.
1 to get down again.
Yep.
Do we want to make like a dramatic exit?
I can slip and slide us out if we can find a pathway out.
You can easily see that there are clear paths because the evacuation has been going on for a little while, like a minute or so, so you can
muster up the last of what I got to slip and slide out that pathway with my stealth skill point even, and I leave a good trail behind me when I do that. So you guys
especially if you go not out of one of like the designated exits that everyone is being led toward, if you go out of just like a place that's not an exit.
Yeah.
It's not like there's a wall around this place or anything. Yeah. There was just a gate out front that's been erected.
I have a timeline question.
Yeah.
I'm whispers.
That means that we can whisper to each other now. That was going so horribly bad until it didn't anymore.
Yeah. I mean, partially because I feel like Ian's being like, let's just say that works. But
Woo!
I feel like this makes a lot of sense for us to be having a struggle. Like, we are not experts. We suck. We are the D-list. So
we are the D-list.
I expected a lot of fucking up. I didn't expect to have 2 points left.
Holy shit.
Life. Yeah, I'm literally hanging on by 2 hit points right now.
Okay.
All right. Yeah.
I don't have any stealth or anything, but I do have deception. So to aid in the dramatic exit and our getaway, I'm going to yell, oh my God, is that Father Fear at the Tilt-A-Whirl?
Amazing. So we're winding down here, and I'm kind of done asking for rolls. We had the whole climactic moment, and you guys are able to get away utilizing all of your skills together, finding that pocket of like going toward an exit, using your power. You just like slide your way out.
Erupt in chaos and slip away.
What you realize as you make your way out the back, you get out onto the street and you see a black car, not a limousine, but a car. Unassuming, almost camouflaged against the night sky. And the window rolls down and you see a familiar glint of silver. And she looks to you and she like half smiles. It's the first, I think, real half smile you've seen from her. The first real emotion. And she goes, "Need a ride?"
That's all right. Let's go.
Please let us in. Oh my God.
You get in the car and you see that she hits a button on the central console, or maybe even types in a code. And you feel this strange sense of like the ionization of the air. And you can't see any difference from the inside. You're not really sure what's going on. But one thing you do notice is that as the car drives away, not a single person even sees it in passing. And you make your way away from the scene, even hearing helicopters begin to make their way. You get to see them flying overhead as the Skyline District sort of disappears in the background, and you return to Toby's, head down and into that foyer once again. And you see that silver alloyed figure of the Benefactor already sitting in a chair. And he's scratching his chin and he looks to you all and looks to Kay. Kay nods, and he smiles ear to ear. He says, "Now then, that was a job well done. Worthy of $100,000 if I've ever seen something that was worth $100,000. Tell me, did you have fun tonight?"
Well, I almost died, but yeah, honestly, if I'm gonna almost die, I'd rather be doing that where I was tonight instead of almost dying in a cell. So at the end of the day, I still call it a win.
Well, back in your cell, there was really no risk of dying. Your crimes, well, let's just say you're no vitriol. So, wink, season 2, wink. He goes, though death of the spirit for one who is ambitious, who craves the greater things in life, is just as bad, in my opinion. Now, you can take your money and leave, and feel free to check your devices, your accounts now, and you'll find that the money is there. Though, I find you immensely talented, and I would like to see you continuing to be active in this great city. Should you need a benefactor to help cover your tracks a bit, I can think of more work for you in the future. And perhaps even a place to stay. You know where to find me. And he sort of rubs his fingers together.
I mean, I'll probably go on another year-long vacation first. But again, I say I'm always down to be a sugar baby.
Well, you can have this one for free. Did you know that most snails are sadomasochists and, in fact, also have the genitalia of all possible genders? I share one of those traits in common, and I'll let it be up to your imagination which one it is.
Truly fascinating.
I think that I just want to go home now and just sleep and not think about snail genitalia ever again.
Genisnalia.
Well, regardless, you have earned your rest, and as I said, you do know where to find me. This is an offer that does not expire. Though, should you want to get in on something particularly exciting, I'd recommend coming back soon. But I'll be in touch. In the meantime, my new friends, enjoy your life. Have a very happy Halloween. Kay opens the door for you and indicates to you to, like, it's time to go.
So I guess, yeah, my instinct is to follow Kay because
she doesn't move to leave. She's simply standing with the door open expectantly.
Like, get the fuck out.
Yeah.
Before he goes, Malfesto will be like, "Oh, you left something," and then produce the flash drive behind her ear.
Yes. I assumed that happened at some point already, but she takes it now. And she nods. She tucks it away in her coat. And she goes, well, you've got something for me. I've got something for you. And she hands each of you a coin that looks like not a coin, a poker chip made of pure silver with that crown carved on the front that you saw earlier. One for each of you.
I do like shiny things.
I believe I'll be seeing you soon.
Confident this one is. Jeez. Just broken a Quickstep tower.
Now, if you don't mind, we do have important business to attend to.
Say less. I'll, like, slip out.
You head up and away, moving on into the Halloween night. A solid 9 months before anything too terribly exciting happens in the city.
Something's going to be born. What's gestating?
But as you make your way into the evening, back to your lives with this new possibility stretched out before you, should you wish to take it. The page turns and we pan back down the shaft into the garage, into this foyer, as Kay steps over, sits down in front of the hollow table and begins to type into it. And the scenery changes from this modern with a classical sensibility kind of foyer into almost like a medieval castle's foyer. There are shields hung up on the walls. The cabinets and bookcases fill with scrolls and tomes. And that fireplace becomes more rustic, ancient, with simulated ash deep inside. She takes out the flash drive and she looks at it. And she says, "You're all clear, sir." She looks up and you see a shimmer reveal a door on the right side of where that television had been, where you had not seen before. And the door slides open, and the silver alloyed man is long gone at this point. But out from this door, from parts unknown to you, steps a man in his middle age, but extremely well kept, with a crimson suit, with a black sort of high-collared undershirt underneath. He has very strong aquiline features, green eyes, a close-cropped, angular salt and pepper beard, black hair that is shoulder length, that is tucked back over his ears, and then has a braid over the ears as well. He has the bearing and the demeanor of some sort of medieval king, mixed with some sort of business tycoon. The energy that he carries as he walks into the room and smiles like a king would to a beloved servant. As Kay's features change as well. She goes from that paper white to more of a humanoid variety of pale skin tone.
Normal white.
Yeah, yeah. And her hair goes from silver to brown. And she looks over at him and hands him the flash drive. He looks down at it and back up at her, and he says, "Now that is a promising bunch of kids. And they did their job well. Do you think they'll serve our purposes?" She scratches her chin and she goes, "Well, they're certainly skilled. I know I underestimated them, but isn't that kind of the point?" Very astute, Kay. And he says Kay with air quotes. And she smiles and rolls her eyes. She says, "Shall I leave you to it, sir?" He says, "Yes, you can go. Enjoy the holiday. And thank you for another job well done." She goes, "Thank you very much, Mr. Vane. I'll see you tomorrow." And she leaves, closing the door behind her. As Chance Vane smiles, he looks down at the flash drive in one hand. Then he looks to the other hand, his right hand, his dominant hand. And you see a ring on his middle finger. A ring that is black, sort of onyx metal, with a strip in the center that kind of pops out three-dimensionally, that seems to be numbered 1 to 20. And he fiddles with it, spinning that central ring with his thumb, still smiling. And he says, "I, for one, can't wait to see what this season brings." And he spins the center of the ring. We push in closer to the ring as it slows and finally stops on the number 3. And that is where we will call our first ever First City Halloween special. Thank you all for watching. Thank you, Sid, for joining us. Tell the people where they can find you.
So my name again is Sydney Frost, and I am the co-host on the Dark Crystal podcast, Trial by Stone. We're on every podcast thingy that there is, and you can find us on all the social medias at Dark Crystal Podcast. I'm also a co-host on, a featured co-host on a new podcast about Quantum Leap, which is called it's called Project Quantum Leap, the podcast, and that is fairly easy to find all over social media as well, Twitter in particular. And I am on that one from time to time.
This could be the most important televisual event since Quantum Leap, and I do not say that lightly.
And yeah, and other than that, you can find me on Instagram at Black Star Far Dreamer for assorted spooky content all year round. Yeah, my life is a Halloween special, so with puppets.
Yeah. Well, you know where to find us. So until next time, guys, happy Halloween and keep it spooky. Ooh.